to give a brief welcome and introduce my co-organizer and colleague, Professor Riley, for the main program. Alexander Solzhenitsyn dedicated his work, The Gulag Archipelago, quote, to all those who did not live to tell it. Likewise, this scholarly conference is also a call for memento mori, remembering of those tens of millions who died in the name of social justice and high ideals, which all somehow went very badly wrong. The shadow of the 1917 revolution, with all its supposed bright promise, stretched around the globe. In a working-class neighborhood in Chicago, I felt it as a child who was brought by my father often to a local communist bookstore and had copies of the Soviet Constitution and Mao's Little Red Book on my table of treasured readings. But later in high school, I read 3 books that set me on a path toward an academic career in literary studies, and ultimately to a place in my career where much of what I am studying and teaching relates to literary resistance to totalitarianism. Those 3 books were Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and Orwell's 1984. Each in their own way resisted, through the writer's art, what Hannah Arendt called the essence of totalitarianism at the intersection of terror and isolation. Whatever one's politics or prejudices, the interdisciplinary and cultural discussions today and tomorrow hopefully will serve as a reminder at the centennial remembrance that totalitarianism is not limited to a particular set of political ideals, but is a temptation to which we all, as modern technologically immersed human beings, are susceptible, even with the highest ideals. As Solzhenitsyn wrote, if only it were all so simple, if only there were evil people somewhere insidiously committing evil deeds, and it were necessary only to separate them from the rest of us and destroy them. But the line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being, and who is willing to destroy a piece of his own heart? Now it's my privilege to introduce my colleague, Professor Alexander Riley, who will provide a further welcome and introduce our main speaker and respondents for tonight.
Thank you, Al, and thank all of you for being here tonight to help us inaugurate this important series of events at Bucknell. My colleague has already provided a good bit of narrative frame, so in the interest of time, I won't add too much to that for the moment. What I will do is say just a few quick things about what's going to happen tomorrow in the way of additional talks in the symposium, and then say a few thank yous to some of those who have made this possible. So the first of those 2 matters is tomorrow's events. We have 2 more talks, 2 more speakers tomorrow at noon in Arches Lounge, so don't pay any attention to the posters which tell you we're shooting before, and we have changed the venue because they won't let us have food in here. So we can't have food in Arches Lounge, and so lunch will be served. At the noon talk, we'll have Paul Hollander speaking then, and then the second talk tomorrow is Ronald Radosh's talk at 5 o'clock here in the forum. Those topics can be found, the titles rather for their speeches, their talks can be found online at the site that Bucknell has dedicated to the symposium, and there are also a bunch of posters around on campus where you can find that information. Now the quick thank yous. Thanks first of all to our 3 speakers tonight, Stefan Kochua, more on him in just a moment. Tomorrow, as I said, Paul Hollander, Ronald Radosh. They bring many decades of scholarly inquiry into the object of our investigation in this symposium. And we are very lucky to have them among us for a few days. So I hope all of you will join me in trying to learn some things from them over the next couple of days. Also, thanks to those who will be serving as panel respondents to the several talks. I won't name the folks who are going to be doing this tomorrow because we'll have the opportunity to do that then. But I will thank our 2 panelists here tonight, our Bucknell colleague, Jay Goodale from History, and Professor Catherine Wanner from Penn State, who are here to facilitate and ask questions of Professor Courtois for his talk. We'd also like to extend a huge thank you to the offices, departments, and programs here at Bucknell who have materially enabled us to bring this symposium to fruition. The offices of the President and the Provost have been wonderfully generous and supportive. Indeed, scholars can scarcely ask for more than we here at Bucknell get from John and Barbara in the way of institutional support for free and wide-ranging investigation. They understand what a university is for, and we are very grateful for that. We also would like to thank the programs and departments who co-sponsored the symposium. I neglected to put the list here, so I may miss some. Maybe my colleague Al will help me if I do. This is the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, Department of Political Science, Department of History, the Comparative Humanities Program. Who am I missing? Anybody? The English department per se, or okay, the English department. And so we're very thankful again for those co-sponsors for these talks. I'll add to a note of thanks in advance to our translator for tonight's talk, Agnes Coyer, who's not here with us, which is in a room, an adjacent room. Her labor will make it possible for those of you whose French is a little rusty, maybe to follow Professor Courtois' talk with precision. Thank you also to the folks in the Bucknell Event Technology Department who came up with this technical solution to the translation issue. Thank you also to the others in the support staff who've helped Alf and I draw up contracts and schedule drivers and book dinners, etc. We could scarcely have managed to do that alone. Indeed, even with their help, we've done a convincing imitation of two headless chickens running around immediately after decapitation several times over the past few weeks. So thanks to those folks as well. Despite that convincing imitation of two headless chickens, here we are, inaugurating the symposium. I can scarcely tell you how pleased I am to introduce Stefan Kochua to you. When Alf and I started talking about this symposium earlier this year, his was the first name that came to our minds to invite. He has spent nearly the past half-century thinking and writing about the nature of communism as a political theory and as an empirically existing phenomenon in world politics. Like many French intellectuals of his generation, he was in the strange days of the late 1960s himself a leftist militant, affiliated with a Maoist sect. But the events in France and elsewhere during that period led him very early to break with this trajectory and to accept the aphorism that's usually accredited to Churchill, but it's actually, when you investigate it, it's actually a citation that Churchill got from somewhere else that he didn't name. And the citation goes roughly thus: representative democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Stefan Kochua is the editor of the journal Communism, one of the foremost scholarly sources on this topic. And he directed the Livre Noir de Communisme, the translation, the Black Book of Communism, which was a spectacular event in the scholarly world that now exists in translation in 26 languages, has sold more than 1 million copies, which never happens with academic books, ever. He's just finished a book on Lenin, titled, in the English translation, Lenin, the Inventor of Totalitarianism. I'm about halfway through the book at the moment, and it promises to significantly remake our understanding of both the reality of early Bolshevik totalitarianism and the place Lenin should occupy in intellectual history, if only intellectuals will be willing to hear his argument. The epigraph of his most recent book is so perfectly chosen, and it so exactly captures in a short phrase the main thrust of all the voluminous detail and explication in the book itself, that I can do no better than to give it to you as an introduction to his talk. The epigraph is from Louis Aragon, who was a French surrealist poet, and also one of the most accomplished French practitioners of what Milan Kundera called the poesy of totalitarianism. Here's the epigraph, first in French, in tribute to Stéphane's home country. Les yeux bleus de la Révolution brillent d'une cruauté nécessaire. Roughly translated, the blue eyes of the revolution shine with a necessary cruelty. Please help me welcome Stefan Kochua.
Thank you. Alors, I am sorry, but I am going to speak in French because my American is horrible. J'espère que vous aurez la traduction. Have you translation? Or perhaps we speak perfect French. No problem. Je voudrais d'abord remercier très vivement l'université.
I would like, first of all, to enthusiastically thank Bucknell University and Alexander Riley, who invited me to come from so far away in Paris to talk to you on this 100th anniversary of the October Revolution, the coming to power of the Bolsheviks in Russia. When Alexander asked me to give this talk, there are so many possible subjects when one speaks about communism, I had to make a choice, and what finally made my choice for me for tonight's talk was the fact that I just published this book on Lenin, the inventor of totalitarianism. And as Alexander recalled, I have edited since 1982 a scholarly journal titled Communism, which just published an entire volume on 1917, the Bolshevik Revolution, with a dozen French and foreign authors. So then I will speak to you of the beginnings of that revolution and of the one who was its author, that is Lenin. We are practically exactly a century away from the event, just about 2 weeks from the exact date. This was an event that took place that would disrupt 20th century history, where a certain Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, more widely known under the pseudonym Lenin, took over power in the Russian capital. This was neither a putsch, because the putsch is a military insurgency led by officers, and neither was it a coup d'etat, because that originates at the interior, within the state apparatus, where the Bolsheviks were not present at that time. And neither was it an insurrection, because there was no general armed revolt of the population. In fact, what took place was a taking up of arms. As the famous mid-19th century French revolutionary Auguste Blanqui referred to it, it was a taking up of arms which involved several thousand armed activists occupying strategic positions in the city. Europe was then suffering deeply from a violent mass warfare, of a violent industrial war, and the action of Lenin and the Bolsheviks triggered what we can call a political tsunami that would impact, first of all, the empire of the Tsar, and then the entirety of Europe, Asia, and finally the rest of the world. And it was an event that would leave its mark on all of contemporary history. The success of this taking up of arms, of this seizure of power, which would soon be referred to as the October Revolution, was seen as an improbable, even unthinkable event. Yet the Bolsheviks would very soon begin to present it as something that was foreseeable, predictable, even inevitable. So as an event that was completely situated in the necessary course of history. And soon, communist propaganda started spreading a powerful international communist narrative, a legend of a power that came from a revolution from the bottom up through the Soviets. And this revolution would mark the beginning of a proletarian democracy that was destined to legitimate the first communist regime in the history of the world. This legend became untouchable after the USSR defeated the Nazis in 1945. This was a victory that allowed the communists to promote a glorious memory founded on what they called their fight against fascism. And this, one must remember, they in this way they cleverly erased their responsibility in Hitler's accession to power, which was made possible by the repeated communist attacks against the Weimar Republic since 1919. And this also allowed them to erase their responsibility in the disastrous consequences of the two German-Soviet non-aggression pacts that were signed by Molotov and Ribbentrop, that is, by Stalin and Hitler, in August and September 1939. Most of all, it allowed communists to designate Nazism as the symbol of absolute evil, And this was an excellent means for hiding the criminal dimension of communist regimes, as well as their totalitarian nature. The symbol, the icon of this Bolshevik revolution was Lenin, and the myth of the great Lenin soon took shape in Russia. As soon as 1920, on the occasion of the Bolshevik chief's 50th birthday, this marked the beginning of a cult of personality, the proportions of which would reach immense levels, even idolatry at the world scale after Lenin died in 1924 at the age of 53. After Lenin's death, he was very quickly described as a genius, and the communists around the world began to sanctify his myth. The first astonishing thing they did was to embalm his body. A biological specialist was found to prepare a solution to keep the body from decaying. And then, at the same time, around the body, a mausoleum was built on the Red Square opposite the Kremlin, which allowed people to come to adore, to worship the idol. Photos of Lenin, much of the time fakes or edited photos, were massively circulated with the aim of replacing the icon, putting the Lenin icon in place of the old Russian iconography. And then a large quantity of statues were erected at an ever-growing pace, each one more gigantic than the last. And similar icons were installed in the new apartment buildings. And in every new location, location where Lenin had spent time, one found such statues. Even on Capri Island in Italy, where Lenin had spent a little more than 2 weeks. Knickknacks and statuettes proliferated concerning the idol, and also edifying biographies multiplied. One can still find magnificent albums of this hagiography, this turning of Lenin into a saint. The pseudo-historical movies, like those of the director Mikhail Rohm, Lenin in October and Lenin in 1918. The problem here was that in 1956, these films were entirely edited under Khrushchev's regime to erase Stalin, who appeared along with Lenin in the films. And so the poor Stalin had to be erased. There were revolutionary songs glorifying Lenin. I remember, in fact, in my youth, singing such songs. And there was the Lenin Prize, as well as the Orders of Lenin, which were awarded by the Soviet regime on countless occasions to Soviet citizens and to foreigners as well. And in each town or village in the Soviet Union, there were streets, avenues, squares named after Lenin. And this was a system that would spread to all countries in Central and Eastern Europe after they were communized after 1945. The capital, St. Petersburg, was renamed from Petrograd to Leningrad to symbolize both the overthrow of the Romanov autocracy that the Bolsheviks despised, and the birth of a communist regime, a communist society, under the authority of this brilliant thinker, Lenin. But Moscow started collecting all the writings of Lenin and undertook to publish his works, which were never completed, that add up to a total of 55 volumes in Russian. These were co-edited by in French, the number of volumes rose to 45 in the 1960s. These were co-edited by the Moscow Publishing House and the French Communist Party, in all more than 20,000 pages, so gigantic. And in France and in Italy, countless streets and squares in popular municipalities, in communist municipalities, were named after Lenin. And even today, to only speak of the Parisian suburbs, Lenin to this day can claim 13 avenues, 7 streets, a square, 2 boulevards, a pathway, a garden, and even one dead end. The last is perhaps symbolic of the Leninist adventure. So the great Lenin was endowed with all virtues. He was presented as a disinterested man who lived with a kind of quasi-ascetic modesty, so selfless that he would imperil his health to serve the revolution, physically brave, always keeping his self-control in the most dangerous moments. And alongside this aspect of the revolutionary genius, he was also seen as a humane leader, a generous, accessible to everyone, a great democrat, strict but fair, a brilliant strategist, and he was also a great scholar in economy, in philosophy. He was, of course, an extremely hard worker with iron will, who practiced Bolshevik discipline, which is a very hard discipline. And finally, he was presented as a man with sensibility who appreciated music, the charms of nature, flowers, trees, birds, who loved singing Russian and French revolutionary songs, and who formed an ideal revolutionary couple with Nadia Krupskaya. And so this idolatry, which was proliferated for many years, was supported by communist regimes, communist activists of all obediences. Of course, there were numerous varieties: the Orthodox Soviets, Trotskyists, Maoists, Castroists, Maoists of various kinds, and these all adored Lenin, and they could remain in power as long as the USSR existed and the world communist system was at its apex. However, that it could persist until today, 25 years after the collapse of the collapse of the Soviet Union, this is striking. And even in Russia today, in the former Soviet republics, there's been no de-Leninization of the public space, the public sphere. The statues are still there. They're even used as rallying points for the partisans of Putin in Russia. And in Russia alone, there were 6,000 statues of Lenin in 2015, some enormous. In Ukraine, there were 5,500 in 1991, a number that fell to 900 in 2016. And even in France, you can see numerous expressions of this philo-Leninism, even up to today. I'll just speak of a few examples. In 2010, in Montpellier, Monsieur Frêche, Georges Frêche, who was a former Maoist leader who became the socialist president of the region, decided to inaugurate a square to the great men of the 20th century. And he had an imposing statue of Lenin erected next to those of de Gaulle and Churchill. And Gandhi. This is surprising because de Gaulle and Churchill were opposed to Lenin. And another example, on the day of February 23rd, 2008, I passed by the famous Parisian palace and saw a superb Bentley parked with a small silver bust of Lenin as a hood ornament. Probably the car of one of those Russian billionaires from the ranks of the KGB. The bust had its little red scarf. And art lovers as well share a passion for Lenin. At Deauville, a place where every year a famous American film festival takes place, there was a great auction where one could buy a marble bust of Lenin, which was valued at the sum of about $15,000. And in 2015, an envelope with only the signature of Lenin on it was sold for more than $13,000. So this is very expensive. So there's a kind of communist fetishism that certainly isn't dead, and that seems to come as a shock to nobody. When one sees a Nazi object on sale, it's a scandal. But Lenin, no. And if Lenin still rates highly in financial terms, then it's likely due to the shift from the great Lenin to another formula, that of the good Lenin, which is opposed to the formula of the mean Stalin. And this shift was the result of a very carefully prepared maneuver at the beginning of 1956 by the Soviet Politburo on the occasion of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, where communist leaders from around the world had gathered. And on February 25th, 1956, Secretary Nikita Khrushchev called a closed session of the Soviet delegates, during which he dropped the bomb of his secret report. What was in this report? 3 years after Stalin's death, it was a remarkable political and ideological maneuver, whose aim was to ensure the bleaching, the whitening, if we dare to use such a phrase when talking of the Reds, of all the leaders who had played a role, on the in the installation of the Soviet regime, the old regime, and who from then on were keen on playing the tune of not guilty, just responsible. The culprit was the mean Stalin. He was vilified and insulted during several hours in front of the stunned delegates. And it was explained that Stalin had been a great revolutionary until 1934. And Khrushchev was careful not to criticize the Civil War massacres, the creation of the Gulag, but he reproached Stalin for having repressed a few good communist leaders, and mostly for having aged badly after 1934. But the message was clear. The time of Stalin was past. It was time to move on. New leaders would not threaten anymore the members of the nomenclatura. From then on, in peace and quiet, they'd be able to enjoy the fact that they were more equal than the other Soviet citizens. But the secret report contained much more. It concealed a huge maneuver of self-amnesty for the leaders and executives who had operated from the 1920s to the 1950s under Stalin, in the USSR as well as in Central and Eastern Europe. And the maneuver also implied a mandatory amnesia of the millions of people who had been assassinated, usually with a bullet in the head, who had been starved, forced to die of exposure and cold. And to impose this, Khrushchev had bet on the decoupling, the separation of the two emblematic figures of Lenin and Stalin, who until then had symbolized the regime and its continuity. And this decoupling or separation permitted the elimination of of Stalin, was seen as compromised. That mostly it helped to re-legitimate the regime and the whole communist movement behind the sole figure of the founder, Lenin. And so in reality, this was a return to the origins of Bolshevism in its purest form. And the maneuver was completely successful, although the communist Chinese leaders somewhat disrupted it, and Mao Zedong began crying out revisionism. And when the secret report leaked to the West, leaked to the West and was published by the New York Times and then by Le Monde. So Stalin's figure progressively disappeared, and Lenin's started to reappear until that day of December 1991, when the USSR imploded, dragging with it the Communist Party and the communist system, dragging down the Communist Party and the communist system worldwide. And suddenly the figure of the good Lenin started to become a bit gray. Why? Well, because the archives became accessible in Moscow. A documentary revolution got underway. And in 1992, in the former USSR and in Central and Eastern Europe, historians find archives of absolutely necessary. People started talking, and the victims of the communist regime started expressing themselves. And this was a moment when historians began to completely reassess the history of Soviet communism. Up until then, the legend considered that the revolution was a product of the capitalists' war. And suddenly the magnificent epic of the first communist power in history was brought down to the emergence of an unprecedented phenomenon that opened the era of the 20th century tyrannies, that is, totalitarianism. On November 7, 1997, on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of Lenin's seizure of power, we published this well-known Black Book of Communism, and it sparked a controversy even before it was published all over Europe and translated into 26 languages. It eventually selling more than 1 million copies, and translated even into Chinese. And so it provoked a giant scandal. And why? Because its principal novelty was the opening chapter, was devoted to the Leninist period of the of the Bolshevik power, where the author of this chapter, one of the greatest specialists in France, Nicolas Werth, he unveiled vast amounts of new information about the personal role Lenin had played in instituting civil war, terror, the concentration camp system, the massacres of unarmed civilians, and the use of famine as a weapon of mass destruction against his opponents. So in reality, the archives showed that Stalin had only been the very applied, the very determined student of his master. Repression and terror used as a tool of government, fake trials, mass extermination of opponents using the so-called criteria of class, the suppression of private property, the crushing of the peasantry, the institution of a concentration camp system, deporting unwanted citizens abroad, exporting the revolutionary model abroad, military aggressions against independent countries, all these characteristics of the Stalinian power, of Stalin's power in the years from 1920 to 1953, had been instituted actually under Lenin. Lenin, until then the glorious emblem of the communists, was suddenly transformed into an opposite symbol, one of oppression, crimes, and tragedies. And the documentary Revolution posed a new question. Was it in fact Lenin who was the author of this totalitarian system? And even if we accept that Stalin had applied this system at a new level, the question was, had Lenin actually created it? And then this delicate issue was tackled in the field of historians. The publications of George Orwell and Hannah Arendt, Raymond Aron, and other authors. Since those works, nobody had contested the totalitarian nature of Stalin's regime. But for decades, these numerous authors refused to consider a comparison of communism, fascism, and Nazism. And now, many started challenging this term of totalitarianism, although it was quickly dismissed as a Cold War concept that was invented by American intellectuals linked to the CIA. In fact, the term totalitarian was first used as early as 1923 or 1924 by an Italian democratic journalist, Giovanni Amendola, who wanted to characterize the voting system instituted by Mussolini that was designed to ensure his absolute majority in the parliament. So the emergence of a new term, a new conceptual term, was indicated that an unprecedented political and ideological phenomenon had been born. This had already been the case with the terms communist and communism, which were coined by a French revolutionary, Restif de la Bretonne, and then in 1797, then the term socialism was coined by Pierre Leroux in 1830. This is a new word as well. And Leroux had invented a new term, seeing that industrial society had created a new class, and so there was needed a new term of socialism, which is a very large development, and another new word, new term, the term Bolshevism, was invented by Lenin in 1903, which is an extraordinary development as well. And then the term genocide, which is used all the time now to describe all sorts of situations, was invented in 1944 by a Polish journalist, Raphael Lemkin. A report had been requested for the Nazi occupation of Europe, and the situation of the Jews under the Nazis had to be described, and so Lemkin had invented this term genocide to describe that event. And during the interwar period, dozens of European and English specialists had studied this notion of totalitarianism. From November of 1939, there was a great American conference, Symposium on the Totalitarian State, was organized by the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia. Carlton Hayes, an American historian who's a specialist of French nationalism, gave the most remarkable talk on the novelty of totalitarianism in the history of Western civilization. During the period from the fall of 1939 to the spring of 1941, when Hitler's alliance with Stalin confirmed that it was relevant to compare Soviet and Nazi regimes, this alliance conferred a striking and explosive historical coherence to the phenomenon of totalitarianism. Then on June 22, 1941, the German attack against the USSR put a sudden break on this intellectual reflection. So for obvious political and military reasons, imposed by the great alliance between Churchill and Stalin, and Roosevelt was also soon rallied against Nazi Germany, so the comparison and the notion of totalitarianism itself were not fashionable anymore. And then during the war, the Soviet Union obtained an extraordinary prestige. The huge losses of the Red Army, the Soviet propaganda credited to soldiers' heroism rather than to the inability of incompetent leaders, as well as the defeat of Nazism, helped erase from the collective memory the victims of communism, the Russian Civil War, the 5-year plan, the forced collectivization, and the Great Terror. The most famous expression of this obliterating act was the statement by Jean-Paul Sartre in 1965. He says, anyone who is an anti-communist is a dog. I won't change my mind about that. I will never change it. That's a strong statement. And then during the Cold War, new research was triggered as early as 1951 by the German philosopher Hannah Arendt's magnum opus, The Origins of Totalitarianism. But the author strikingly never precisely situated the emergence of the phenomenon of totalitarianism. She described in the USSR a kind of coup d'etat of Stalin in 1929, of which there are no traces in the archives, except if we consider it as a permanent coup d'etat, starting with Stalin's nomination by Lenin in 1922 as the party's first secretary. And Arendt hardly mentions Lenin. The problem is that there weren't any documents from the Soviet system itself, and so no further investigation was possible. And then with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the USSR, the opening of the archives and growing number of testimonies, the deadlock situation started to change. The documentary revolution allowed access to numerous sources that showed Lenin's instrumental role in introducing all the constitutive elements of a totalitarian regime. And this was the beginning of a reflection, of a shift from the image of the great and good Lenin to what I would call the true historic Lenin. And on the question of terror specifically. And Nicholas Werth had demonstrated that Lenin was the original, the responsible party for this terror. And in the Black Book of Communism, Nicholas Werth asked the crucial question: as the founder of the first communist regime in history, was Lenin not a model for Stalin, and thus the brains behind what made the specifics of the regime, its totalitarian nature? So the maneuver of Khrushchev to separate Lenin and Stalin was suddenly discarded, and the two characters were reunited. So how do we define this totalitarian character of the regime? First of all, the monopoly over politics by a single party, led by a charismatic leader, that has become a state party, a party state, by taking over the government and the administrative prerogatives of the state for its own use. Second, a monopoly for a totalitarian regime is the monopoly of ideology, dictating all ideas in every domain: philosophy, science, history, arts, and all their means of distribution through the press, the cinema, the publishers, the media, etc., to impose a single variety of thought. The third factor, which is specific to communism, to the totalitarianism, is the monopoly of the party state over all means of production and distribution of material goods, following the suppression of private property. And so in a country like Russia, where it's very cold, if you control housing and if you can control other material resources, that gives you great power over the population. And finally, mass terror used as a tool of government. These characteristics could, of course, be applied more or less forcefully according to the period of time. And so I would just underline a fundamental distinction between these totalitarian regimes, which are necessarily revolutionary, and authoritarian regimes, which could support modernization, and which are conservative and rely on traditional forces and often I've been accused of criticized for not talking about the Francoist period in Spain, but this was not a totalitarian regime. It was an authoritarian regime. So in my last book, my latest book, on Lenin, the inventor of totalitarianism, I tried to determine under which circumstances Lenin had invented this system, created the first totalitarian regime in history. I tried to demonstrate the inanity of two widespread ideas. First, that the regime established by Stalin after 1924, which persisted more or less forcefully until its implosion in 1991, had little or nothing to do with the regime instituted by Lenin in November 1917. And this is totally false. The second idea is that it was under the constraint of events following his taking of power that between 1918 and 1922, Lenin adopted what was called war communism, and that's characterized by extreme measures in every domain. I think this too is completely false. So before my demonstration, my reflection on the Bolshevik Revolution implies a comparison with the French Revolution. Lenin, of course, had memorized by heart the French Revolution. But there are two utterly different elements, two crucial differences. Some have argued that totalitarianism originated in the French Revolution. But this is not true. There were some common aspects starting from 1792, in the fall of the monarchy, and the creation of the Committee of Public Safety under Robespierre. we see here mass political violence, dictatorship, the fake parliamentary democracy. There was an absence of legitimacy in the regime, and terror became a part of the regime, and this also triggered a civil war. So there are some similarities, but they're two utterly different aspects in the Bolshevik Revolution and the French Revolution. First, Lenin was using a Marxist ideology that had scientific pretensions to use the notion of the class struggle, of the class war, to understand how society and history operate. And this was much more powerful and structured a doctrine than the ideology of Robespierre, which was summarized in the simple principle of virtue and terror. This had ceased to be about the old Christian principle of the fight of good against evil. And now it was the fight of knowledge against ignorance. But with Marxist ideology, this pretends that it has scientific knowledge of human history. And Lenin argues that if you are not in agreement with us, then you must be rejected, you must be eliminated. And so there's a great difference. And the other great difference is that in 1789, none of the future actors of the French Revolution had imagined they were engaging in a revolution. We must remember it was the king who had called the States General, who had created the States, summoned the States General from whence the revolution came. But conversely, Lenin was in a completely different situation. Since from 1887, he had begun a permanent process of revolutionary radicalization. He was reflecting on his revolution. He didn't cease to become more and more and more radical. And his revolution is an absolutely radical revolution. And he will invent a number of elements which will enable him to master this revolution. And then, in his famous book, What is to be Done, he'd invented and come up with the idea of a party composed, Leninist party, which even if it's called a party, has nothing to do with the parties that had emerged previously in the 19th century. In reality, this party of Lenin is a party composed of professional revolutionaries. It's a party to which the members have to be dedicated day and night. A clandestine party where the members are cut off from society and completely different from mass democratic parties. So in these other parties, there can be peasant parties and workers' parties which represent their members, but the Radical Revolutionary Party represents only the interests of its members. And Lenin also believed that there could be no real revolution without a civil war. And this would be a war of the most intense violence. And these are two completely new ideas that Lenin invented. The scientific pretensions of the Leninist Party and the extreme violence of the Civil War and the Civil War pretensions, the Civil War desires of the party. So now it's time to conclude. If now, a century after the first communist regime in history, the assessment one can make is disastrous in at least three ways. First, for Russia, the revolution was a catastrophe. As early as 1922, by provoking the Civil War, Lenin caused the economic bankruptcy of a country that was, we must remember, the fifth most impressive industrial power in the world. Even if it had some backwards aspects, it was the world's first leading producer of wheat and oil. And at the head of this party state, private property and enterprise were forbidden, and the property-owning classes were ruined. A large part of the intellectual, scientific, technical, and business elite was exterminated or had to flee. The peasantry was ransacked, which triggered huge revolts. Lenin also violently repressed the working classes. When the working class didn't want to obey, Lenin had them shot and deported. Lenin also created an immense bureaucracy, which recruited people not based on their skills, but on their loyalty to the regime. And above all, on January 18th, 1918, the Constituent Assembly was overthrown. And then this was the first and last assembly elected through universal suffrage in Russia before 1991, and Lenin dispersed it by force. And then afterwards, Lenin created a political police force which was in charge of exterminating all those who contested his regime. This political police was known as the Cheka. And Lenin used this mass terror as a tool of his government. These are all measures that would be systematized and generalized by his faithful Lieutenant Stalin. The second disastrous legacy concerns Europe. With their repeated attacks against the Weimar Republic and the German social democracy, Lenin and Stalin greatly facilitated Hitler's accession to power in 1933. And the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression treaties triggered the Second World War with all its tragic consequences. And if those agreements between the Nazis and Soviets had not existed, history would have been very different. And these two treaties, these two non-aggression treaties of August 23rd and September 28th, 1939, mechanically triggered the war. And of course this brought all the tragedies of the genocide of Jews and Gypsies, millions of deaths on the front line, under the bombings, etc. And it was the Soviet Union that paid the highest price, with 27 million deaths. After 1945, Central and Eastern Europe also paid dearly when they were, quote-unquote, liberated by the Red Army. So the third legacy is one that concerns the whole world. So Lenin invented a new type of dictatorship, the totalitarian dictatorship. It claims control not only over political power, but over society as a whole. And even on individuals and their way of thinking. The intention was to remake man, to remake individuals. And through the network of communist parties around the world, the USSR propagated this totalitarianism to Europe and to Asia, with all the horrors in China under Mao, and in Cambodia under Pol Pot. And it was this latter example of Cambodia which in relative terms was the worst. And the Khmer Rouge was able to exterminate nearly a quarter of the population And this is something nearly unimaginable. And then with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union, these have demonstrated the failure of the Leninist adventure. And then we thought, we Democrats, that we were finished with totalitarianism, that it had been removed. And now that this totalitarianism has migrated from a moribund communism to a triumphant and radical Islamism, whose attacks the American people were the first to suffer in those sad experiences of September 11th. And now, these attacks have spread all over the planet. Democratic regimes will now have to bear that disastrous legacy for decades. And we see examples daily of this disaster. And so for a moment, we historians had thought the question of totalitarianism was an historic question. But now, unfortunately, it has become a question of the present and of today. And now, all Democrats in the world are called on to stand against this totalitarianism. And we can hope, too, that this new Islamist totalitarianism will also fail, as the old communist totalitarianism did. But we cannot be sure when that will happen. So I thank you very much.
L'islamisme radical finira aussi par s'effondrer, mais quand? Là, je ne rentre plus dans le domaine de l'histoire et je ne m'aventurerai pas dans le domaine des prévisions. Je vous remercie.
For the Q&A, here's how we'll proceed. We want to turn things over first to our expert panelists to pose a few questions to Professor Courtois, and then after they've had a little go at him, we will turn things over to questions from the audience. So I will give the panelists.
No, I had
That's what I'm about to talk. Emptying the room. Incroyable.
If you just start talking,
okay,
you'll be forced to sit back down.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. Your lecture raises the question of the continuity and discontinuity between Bolshevism and Stalinism, indeed between Bolshevism and totalitarianism in all its forms. I wonder, however, if the implications of your talk obscures the need to study Stalinism or Maoism as a distinct phenomenon with its own history. And you do an excellent job of raising the issue of the continuities, but I wonder if you neglect important discontinuities. There were certainly aspects of Bolshevism or Leninism that were dissimilar to Stalin, and there were certainly aspects of Stalinism that might have come from other aspects of Russian, pre-Leninist Russia, pre-Leninist Russian history, pre-Leninist Russian culture. And so I think there are important seeds of Stalinism that were not taken from Lenin. And I wonder if the picture is complete if we don't take the discontinuities into account as well. And you do a wonderful job with the continuities, so I mean this with great respect.
Oui, je crois que sur ces questions, il faut avoir une attitude vraiment précise d'historien.
I have to have these questions of historian attitudes.
Et quand on a deux leaders comme Lénine
When you have two leaders like Lenin
et comme
and
Staline
Stalin,
qui ont tellement dominé leur pouvoir,
who dominated their power in such extreme way
parce que entre 1917 et 1922,
between 1970s and 1922.
Lénine était vraiment le leader incontesté
Lenin was
du
the
parti bolchevique.
uncontested leader of the Bolshevik.
Et à partir de 1927-28,
From 1927-28
jusqu'à sa mort en 1953,
until his death in 1953,
Staline est devenu le leader de moins en moins contesté
Stalin
du
became
parti
the
soviétique
less and less contested leader of the Soviet Party
et de l'ensemble du système communiste
and the
mondial.
whole of the communist system worldwide.
Donc quand on a deux leaders aussi omnipotents,
So when you have two leaders as huge as they were,
évidemment, chacun des deux donne sa marque personnelle à ce pouvoir.
each one of them give their personal print to the power.
Et effectivement, Staline a instauré, sans doute à cause de son caractère personnel,
And probably because of his personal character, Stalin installed
un type de comportement, de pouvoir plus spécifique.
a type of more specific behavior and power.
Par exemple, quand il déclenche la Grande Terreur
When he triggers the Great Terror,
de 1937-38,
1937-1938,
où il va exterminer des parties entières de l'armée rouge, du Parti communiste,
he exterminates total parts of the Great Power.
mais cela dit, ça correspond quand même au principe de la purge,
But it does correspond to the principle of purge,
qui était un principe tout à fait fondamental chez Lénine,
which is fundamental in Lenin's ideology,
et qui d'ailleurs a fait la force de Lénine à partir de 1902-1903.
and which was one of his strengths from 1902 or 1903.
Lénine écrivait continuellement, il faut se délimiter.
He always used to write and say, you have to put limits.
Tous ceux qui ne sont pas d'accord avec moi, dehors.
All those who disagree, out.
En 1904,
In 1904,
quand sa position politique est très faible,
when he's very weak politically,
au sein du mouvement socialiste russe,
in the socialist movement in Russia,
il reconstitue un groupe autour de lui
he recreates a group around himself
qui ne comporte que 19 personnes.
with only 19 people.
C'est avec ces 19 personnes
And these 19 people
qui lui sont totalement dévouées
who are completely devoted to him.
qu'il va reconstituer progressivement un parti léniniste.
He's going to recreate progressively a Leninist party.
Et dès qu'un de ses membres des 19 commence à contester son autorité,
One of his members starts to contest him,
c'est-à-dire à discuter un point de
just
doctrine,
debating a point of doctrine,
ou à discuter une position
or
politique,
debating a political position,
il va les exclure.
he excludes them.
C'est d'ailleurs la phrase d'exergue de son grand livre Que faire.
And it is the sentence that he puts in his book, What is to be done?
La phrase d'exergue, c'est
Phrase d'exergue.
le parti se renforce en sécurant.
The party reinforces itself by epurating itself.
On est en 1902.
It's 1902.
C'est un principe fondamental qui est posé là.
It's a fundamental principle.
Alors ce qui est vrai, c'est que entre 1917 et 1922,
So 1917-1922, it is true that
Lénine va essayer de ne pas exclure trop de monde.
he tries to not exclude too many people.
Tout simplement parce qu'il a absolument besoin de cadres politiques.
He needs political executives.
Bon. Et par exemple, alors que depuis 1903, Trotsky combat violemment Lénine,
Since 1903, Trotsky fights violently against Lenin.
quand Trotsky va rallier Lénine en 1917,
Trotsky rallies Lenin in 1917.
Lénine va l'accueillir à bras ouverts.
Lenin welcomes him very happily.
On a de nombreux autres exemples. Dès 1917,
Other examples in 1917,
dès la prise de pouvoir,
from the accession of power.
Par exemple,
the accession of
avec
power.
un leader révolutionnaire comme Lozovsky,
Revolutionary leader like Lozovsky,
qui a rallié le parti bolchevique
who rallied the Bolshevik party
et qui n'est pas d'accord avec la politique de Lénine de monopole du pouvoir.
and who disagrees with Lenin's politics, political ideology of monopoly over power.
Alors Lénine va être assez gentil.
So Lenin facilitates things.
Il va pratiquer la touche écossaise.
One time hot, one time cold.
Voilà. Jusqu'au moment où finalement,
And
Lozovsky va se soumettre.
Lozovsky accepts Lenin's ideology.
Et il y aura évidemment en compensation une grande gratification.
And he will be rewarded greatly.
Le problème, c'est que quand Staline va être au sommet du pouvoir,
Stalin is at the height of power
à partir de 1929,
until 1929.
Il inaugure une politique
He institutes a type of politics
qui est presque encore plus radicale
that is almost even more radical
que celle engagée par Lénine en 1917-18.
the one that was installed by Lenin in 1970-1980.
Le plan quinquennal en 1928
Five-year plan in 1928
et la collectivisation forcée de l'agriculture
and forced collectivization of agriculture
en 1929
in 1929.
sont une véritable attaque du parti bolchevique contre toute la société.
Truly an attack of the Bolshevik party against whole society.
C'est une véritable guerre.
It is a war.
Staline est en train de relancer la révolution communiste.
Stalin, in a way, is starting again the communist revolution. It's a new communist revolution.
les tensions sont extraordinairement fortes,
There are very high tensions.
et Staline, qui est un homme très déterminé,
And Stalin was very determined,
ne va pas faire de compromis.
doesn't want to compromise.
Tous ceux qui ne sont pas à 100% d'accord avec lui.
Everybody who is not 100% on his side will be eliminated.
Alors, il y a un autre élément qu'il faut faire rentrer en ligne de compte,
Another aspect needs to be taken into account.
c'est que une chose qu'il faut bien comprendre, que les archives nous apprennent.
To understand that there was possible to learn in the archives.
Contrairement à la légende trotskiste,
Contrary to what the Trotskyist legend says,
Staline n'est pas du tout un imbécile.
Stalin is not stupid.
C'est même un homme extraordinairement intelligent
He is extremely smart
dans son domaine,
in his domain
pour son job.
for his job.
J'ai même fait un petit scandale à l'Académie française.
I even started a little scandal in Académie Française, Academy,
Je devais donner une conférence sur Staline.
when I was about to give a conference on Stalin.
Et je n'avais pas donné j'avais juste dit Staline, je n'avais pas donné à l'avance le contenu de cette conférence.
I had only given topic Stalin, but I hadn't given the content of my talk.
Donc j'ai commencé en disant,
And so I started by
je vais
saying,
vous présenter une conférence sur Staline, le plus grand homme politique du XXe siècle.
I'm going to present you a conference on Stalin, the greatest political man of the 20th century.
C'était un choc dans l'Assemblée.
It was a shock.
Même l'ancien Premier ministre Raymond Barre,
Even the former Prime Minister Raymond Barre,
qui était bien connu pour toujours dormir,
who is very known for always being sleeping,
il a juste ouvert un œil comme ça,
open an eye,
l'œil du crocodile, vous savez, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
was wondering what was going on.
J'ai expliqué que
So I said,
je n'ai pas dit le plus grand démocrate,
I didn't say the greatest Democrat.
j'ai dit l'homme politique
I said
Yeah.
the politician
qui a le mieux mis en adéquation
that
ses moyens avec ses objectifs.
combined the best his means with objectives.
Ses moyens étaient très faibles,
He had very very few means.
l'Union soviétique de 1924-25, c'est très faible.
Soviet Union in 1924-25 is not very powerful means,
Et ses objectifs sont gigantesques.
but his objectives are huge.
N'oublions jamais que Staline est un vrai bolchevique.
Stalin is a real Bolshevik.
Il porte complètement le projet de Lénine.
He supports completely Lenin's project.
On fera le communisme mondial
He will do the world communism
à travers une révolution mondiale.
through a world revolution.
Et j'ai vu beaucoup de documents
And
signés de Staline
I saw a lot of documents signed by Stalin.
dans les archives en 1992,
Guys in
93, 94,
1992, 1993, 1994.
des documents concernant le Parti communiste français.
Yeah, documents about the French Communist Party.
J'étais
I was
stupéfait
stunned.
de la qualité de sa connaissance.
Quality, well, the extent of his knowledge was striking.
Il reçoit des rapports concernant le Parti communiste français
He received reports on the French Communist Party
en 1940.
in 1940.
Ce parti est interdit,
This party is forbidden,
il est clandestin,
it's
il est
clandestine,
totalement détruit.
completely destroyed.
Et bon, Staline donne des directives précises.
Stalin gives guidelines, very specific,
Un parti qui ne compte plus que quelques milliers de membres.
for a party that counts only a few thousand members.
Nous avons retrouvé dans les archives le sténogramme.
We found in the archives, is it something written, handwritten?
C'est le compte rendu sténographique
Written something.
d'une réunion.
Okay, well, the minutes of a meeting
Entre Staline
between
et
Stalin
Maurice Thorez,
and Maurice
le
Thorez,
chef du Parti communiste français,
the chief of the French Communist Party,
en novembre 1944,
in November 1944.
alors que la France n'est pas encore libérée totalement.
Although France was not yet completely liberated.
Mais il faut voir les questions que pose Staline.
You should see the questions Stalin asked.
Une précision,
They were very specific.
tel homme politique,
This man,
tel homme politique,
this political,
pourquoi ça,
why this,
pourquoi pas ça.
why didn't you do that?
Et à la fin, il donne des directives extrêmement précises
And his very specific guidelines,
et qui seront appliquées
which will
à la
be
virgule.
applied.
Par exemple, on est en novembre
For
1944,
example, in November 1944,
alors qu'il va recevoir le général de Gaulle quelques jours plus tard.
he's going to meet with the General de Gaulle, welcome the General de Gaulle.
Et que va être signé un grand traité entre la France et l'Union
And
soviétique.
a big treaty with France is going to be signed.
Il dit à Torres,
He says, he tells Torres,
vous n'avez qu'un objectif, détruire le général de Gaulle.
you have only one objective, which is to destroy General de Gaulle.
Et le 30 janvier 1946,
And on January 30th, 1946,
le général de Gaulle est politiquement détruit.
the General de Gaulle is politically destroyed.
Il démissionne
He quits.
et il ne retrouvera le pouvoir que
And
12 ans plus tard.
only come back to power 12 years
Donc,
later.
donc,
So,
moi je suis extraordinairement frappé par l'intelligence politique de Staline.
really amazed at the political intelligence of Stalin.
Pas seulement une intelligence.
Let's try to move to a second question from Professor Warner before we move any further along on
Alors,
Stalin.
pour répondre plus précisément, il n'y a pas de doute qu'il y a des différences entre Lénine et Staline
There are differences between Lenin and Stalin
qui tiennent à leur différence de génération,
that are explained by their different generation
à leur différence de milieu de formation.
and their background.
Lénine sort d'une famille de notables, tsaristes,
Lenin comes from notaries family, Tsarist notaries family.
il a toujours été pris d'excellence à l'école,
He always had the greatest honors in school.
il aurait été un brillant étudiant à Buddhism,
He would have been a brilliant student in Buddhism.
et c'était un intellectuel.
He was an intellectual.
Staline est un homme qui sort vraiment de la base du peuple,
Stalin comes from the grassroots.
qui a eu une enfance terrible,
He had a terrible childhood.
qui est un homme violemment révolté.
Is revolted.
C'est une vraie révolte
He has
sociale.
social violence in growing in him.
Et qui est un homme d'action.
He is also an action man.
Autant Lénine est un stratège
Lenin is
qui
more
se cache,
strategist,
autant Staline est un homme d'action,
and Stalin is more into action.
rusé,
Cunning
violent,
and violent,
bien avant 1917.
and well before 1920.
Et donc, à partir du moment où chacun de ces deux hommes détient un pouvoir
And from the moment each of these men holds a very much power,
il donne sa part. Mais
he leaves his print.
Et pour le
He
reste,
leaves a print.
personnellement, je pense que le logiciel idéologique et politique est le même.
But the ideological and political thinking is the same.
Et c'est Lénine qui l'a inventé.
And Lenin is the inventor.
I don't want to interrupt the time. Could I just have a follow-up or?
Let's have Professor Warner ask a question first.
I thought it was extremely interesting how you spoke about the idolization of Lenin and the veneration of Lenin in Russia and elsewhere, even in France. We spoke the number of roads and squares that are named after him. A commemoration, like a centennial commemoration of the revolution, is a moment to reflect back on the Soviet legacy. And for example, in a place like Ukraine, in 2015, they put forth a new policy, which they call decommunization, whereby they insisted that all statues of Lenin come down. So there is no statues of Lenin that remain. And I'm wondering, in your view, is this a helpful step towards dealing with the Soviet legacy? And my question is in part inspired by the debates that we have in this country these days over Confederate statues. Some say taking down these statues is an erasure of history, and others say no, it's a means of reckoning with history. So what is your opinion about this phenomenon, which is called the Lenin Falls, Leninopod, with all these monuments coming down to Lenin?
Un processus de déléninisation de l'espace public.
And Leninization process of the public space.
Oui, je pense que c'est très important.
I think it's very important.
Imaginons qu'en Allemagne, il y ait encore 5000 statues d'Adolf Hitler.
Imagine there would be like 5,000 statues of Hitler in Germany today.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
What would happen?
Que diraient les Juifs? Que
What would
diraient
you say?
tous les peuples qui ont été
All the people
écrasés par les nazis?
say that have been crushed by the Nazis.
Donc c'est très important,
So it's very important.
mais on voit très bien la différence entre
But you have
Russie et Ukraine.
to understand the difference between Russia and Ukraine.
En Ukraine, il y a vraiment eu
In
une
Ukraine,
révolte démocratique,
there was a real democratic revolution.
et en plus il y a des relations très spécifiques entre l'Ukraine et le pouvoir bolchevique.
And there are very specific relationships between Ukraine and the Bolshevik power.
Je rappelle que l'Ukraine est le premier pays indépendant
Ukraine is the first independent country
à qui Lénine a déclaré la guerre
that Lenin declared war to
en décembre
in
1917.
December 1917.
Et il l'a déclaré sur un mode typiquement totalitaire.
And he declared it in a typically totalitarian mode.
Hitler faisait la même chose.
And Hitler did exactly the same.
Lénine envoie un ultimatum
Lenin sent an ultimatum
au pouvoir ukrainien.
to the Ukrainian power.
Il dit voilà,
He says
je veux ça et ça et ça.
exactly what he wants.
Si vous n'acceptez pas,
If you don't agree,
je considère que vous êtes en guerre avec moi.
I consider you are at war with me.
Il renverse la charge de la preuve.
So what he does is a reversal of the proof of the situation.
Et on sait très bien que
And we know
les conflits entre le pouvoir bolchevique
the conflict
Et
between
l'Ukraine.
the Bolshevik power
ont été d'une violence
and
extrême,
Ukraine have been extremely violent.
en particulier au moment de la
Especially
collectivisation française.
when collectivization happened, when forced
Quand
collectivization.
Staline a
When
décidé
Stalin decided
d'organiser une famine
to organize a famine
pour casser la paysannerie ukrainienne
to crush the Ukrainian peasantry
qui n'acceptait pas la collectivisation.
that did not accept collectivization.
Ça a quand même fait entre automne 1932
Between the fall
et
1932 and
printemps 1933,
spring 1933,
au moins 4 millions de paysans morts de faim.
it meant at least 4 million peasants that died of hunger.
Plus tous ceux qui ont été envoyés au goulag,
All
fusillés, etc.
the others that were sent to Gulag.
Ça laisse des traces profondes
So, of course, it leaves deep scars
jusqu'à aujourd'hui.
until today.
Donc, le problème, c'est qu'en Russie, il n'y a pas ce sentiment-là.
In Russia, you don't have this feeling.
En plus,
And besides,
l'homme qui est au pouvoir,
the man who is in power,
M. Poutine,
Mr. Putin,
est quand même un colonel du KGB.
is a former KGB colonel.
C'est un homme qui a été formé
He was trained
à chanter la gloire de Lénine,
to sing Lenin's glory,
à chanter la gloire de la terreur.
sing the glory of terror.
Parce que le KGB,
This KGB
c'est toujours considéré comme le glaive du
always
parti.
considered themselves as the weapon of the party.
Donc, la position de M. Poutine et de la direction russe aujourd'hui
So Putin's position in the Russian leadership today
est très embarrassée sur la question du centenaire.
about this question of the centenary.
Personnellement, Poutine pense que Lénine et Trotsky
Putin thinks that Lenin and Trotsky
étaient des gens abominables
were horrible people
qui ont détruit la Russie.
who destroyed Russia.
Par contre, il est en train de réhabiliter
Yes,
Staline,
he is rehabilitating Stalin right now
qu'il qualifie de grand manager.
because he describes him as a great manager
Et parce qu'il a gagné,
because he won the war. So,
mais en même temps,
but at the same time,
on voit très bien que la Russie
Russia
a la plus grande difficulté à assumer son histoire du XXe siècle.
it's difficult, very difficult for Russia to acknowledge his history of the 20th century.
Et c'est littéralement tragique pour le peuple russe.
It's tragic for the Russian.
A little few minutes after noon. This is the second of three talks that make up the Symposium on the Bolshevik Revolution that's taking place. Started yesterday and will be concluding today. So I'm going to say a little bit about the speaker that you're going to hear right now, but I'll also note that the third talk is at 5 o'clock tonight in the forum downstairs. And Radosh, who is here in the room, will be speaking then. If you'd like to get titles for talks, I don't remember off the top of my head what Ron's title is, but you can easily find that information on the Bucknell webpage that's dedicated to the symposium, or just look around here in the building. I think you can run into some of the posters that we've had folks put up. So again, that's at 5 o'clock today. We hope to see at least some of you there as well. Let me say a quick thank you and just also note that the format of the presentation will be that Paul will give his talk. I'm going to introduce him, then Paul will give his talk. And then we have two expert responders who are going to be posing questions and trying to generate a little back and forth between the three of them, the two of them, and the speaker, Paul Hollander. And then after they've had a little go at Paul's argument, we'll turn things over and see if there are any questions that the rest of you here would like to ask. So the two expert panelists / respondents who are here are, first of all, my colleague James Shields, who's right over here to my left. Thank you, James, for being involved in this. And then Paul Kangor, who's over here getting some food, which the rest of you who haven't gotten food yet should do that as well before it runs out. Paul Kangor is from Grove City College, and he's come in on our invitation to participate as a respondent to this talk. I should note also that he's giving a separate talk that's not affiliated with the Bolshevik Revolution Symposium at 3 o'clock in the Willard Smith Library that's sponsored by the Catholic Campus Ministries. And I believe Paul is going to talk about a book that he wrote on the relationship between President Reagan and Pope John Paul regarding, there's my phone, inevitable. His book is on the relationship between Reagan and Pope John Paul and their mutual efforts to combat communism. So again, that's happening at 3. Ron Radosh's talk is happening at 5 tonight. That Paul Hollander is not more widely celebrated by his own discipline is perhaps itself something of a corroboration of the ascendancy of the alienated adversary intellectual culture that has been the central theme in much of his research. Hollander's intellectual trajectory was powerfully shaped by personal experiences. He grew up in mid-20th century Hungary, and he escaped the country as a young man after Soviet tanks rolled in to crush the 1956 democratic uprising. In his own words, these early events produced a lifelong, quote, morbid fascination with the processes by which some intellectuals betray their calling and come to support and aid the legitimation of totalitarianism and dictatorship. Professor Hollander is one of the foremost American scholars of the former Soviet Union and the Communist Eastern Bloc, having written and edited a half-dozen books that are entirely or in part dedicated to the study of politics, social life, culture, especially intellectual culture, under communism in the former USSR and elsewhere in communist Europe. He's also written many books that can be understood as contributing to an analysis of a particular kind of cultural response to modernity and the historical victory of democratic capitalism over collectivism. The growth and spread of anti-Americanism in Western culture, and especially in Western intellectual culture, has been a frequent theme in a good deal of his work. And another related field in which he's produced several influential books, including his most recent book, which is titled From Benito Mussolini to Hugo Chavez, Intellectuals and a Century of Political Hero Worship. This field that he's produced, that this book fits into, is that of the sociological study of ideas and intellectuals. Professor Hollander is one of the foremost writers investigating the curious phenomenon of intellectuals in Western democratic societies who are partisans of communism and totalitarian political regimes and leaders. I think he has a lot to teach us on these matters. Please join me in welcoming Paul Hollander.
I would like to thank first Professor Riley for inviting me. I have never been here before, and I find the town very nice, very attractive, and similar to the place where I live in New England. I spent most of my adult life in New England, in Massachusetts, and I also appreciated his remarks just now introducing me. I was going to say something about my background.
You might want to take it off. I think this thing doesn't really work.
All right.
Might be easier that way.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. So I spent most of my adult life in this country, but given my accent and background, I still don't think of myself as a real American. My wife is a real American, and so is my daughter, neither of whom know a single word of Hungarian, which is not a very useful language, and I didn't try to either one of them to learn it. But as Professor Riley said, I have this long preoccupation with communism and its misperceptions by intellectuals, but actually I would go further. I would say I had an increasingly broadening interest and preoccupation with all the irrational beliefs human beings are capable of. And so I am not limited. I mean, most of my work had to do with the misperceptions or the realities of communism, but I think my interests got broader. Well, let's go to the topic of this gathering. And of course, you cannot describe the Russian Revolution or the so-called October Revolution in isolation from what followed. And in fact, I have not been a student of the revolution as such. I was more interested in what came of it later, the Soviet system, and especially its totalitarian incarnation under Stalin. So let me start by proposing a few different ways to look at the revolution, the October Revolution of 1917. Well, we could think about it as a major historical event intent to transform a backward and unjust society and into a just and progressive one, or a largely successful effort to rapidly modernize. But here again, modernization, there is modernization of the Soviet or the communist kind, which doesn't involve and didn't involve political pluralism. And there is the broader meaning of modernization, which involves not only technological improvements, but also improvements in the way people look at the world, political pluralism. But that's not the kind of modernization which the communist systems carried out. And so, again, the various ways to look at it, we could of course look at the revolution as the beginning of a political process that would culminate in an exceptionally repressive political system, which came to be called totalitarian. And the Soviet Union under Stalin was clearly the first totalitarian society, although the designation comes from Mussolini in the 1920s. There was something said about this last night. We could also think about, again, these are the general ways to approach the Russian Revolution, as a historical occasion which demonstrates the power of ideas in stimulating revolutionary political change, or a parable of unintended consequences that overwhelmed and cancelled out the original objectives and intentions. Or I mean, these are overlapping ways to describe the revolution. A doomed attempt to realize a proposition of a flawed theory, Marxism, that had unattainable goals. Or a resounding instance of squalid means undermining and discrediting lofty ends. Of course, some people may question if the ends were indeed lofty. Or the triumph of power hunger over idealism, or a lesson in the futility of pursuing fundamental social change by force that is not supported by the population. Or last but not least, the triumph of flawed human nature over fantasies of human perfectibility and benign utopian social arrangements. Now, perhaps I should have started by saying something about what we mean by communist systems, because clearly the term communist has two general meanings, and one was Marx's idea of the highest development, highest historical development, which was socialism, and that was this completely utopian conception, of which I will say more below, and the disappearance of the state, the disappearance of all social conflicts and so forth. Well, even the Soviet leaders or other communist leaders, they didn't claim that they were close to that high historical stage. What we mean normally by communist systems are systems which were ruled by so-called, usually called communist parties, but not invariably, and they legitimated themselves by some version of Marxism-Leninism as interpreted by the supreme leader. These were the more important, and many aspects of communist system also overlap with the definition of totalitarianism, except that, of course, not all totalitarian systems were Marxist, like Nazi Germany, it certainly wasn't Marxist, and they were not interested in nationalizing the means of production. But anyway, I think one of the interesting and very consequential attribute of the October Revolution was to create a new type of human being, the morally superior socialist man. Of course, man meant both genders in those days. And this morally superior human being would cheerfully subordinate his personal needs to the good of society, or to collective demands as articulated by the party and its supreme leader. Well, this was obviously an unrealistic and idealistic conception, which of course the Soviet Union or any other socialist system never came close to realizing. But I will come back to this a little bit later. Another unusual aspect of the Russian Revolution was that political propaganda played a huge part in it, and also in the subsequent events. Of course, most revolutions historically didn't necessarily rely on political propaganda, because propaganda also needed some modern technological devices, to disseminate its messages. So that's interesting, especially since the Soviet Union, on the one hand, it used propaganda, which meant an attempt to persuade the population about the goals of the regime, but at the same time, that really didn't matter for the actual policies, whether people were persuaded or not, because it was a highly coercive system. So, another example of this kind of peculiar contradiction between propaganda and practice, of which there were many. Take the elections in the Soviet Union, where only one party was running, so there was no choice. And usually 99% of the population voted for the party. And I often wondered if they actually bothered to count these votes or not. I don't think they really bothered to count the votes, because they were predetermined. And I tell you one more interesting thing about this voting system, and I'm not sure if this was the actual practice in the Soviet Union too, but in Hungary, I participated in one of these elections, only one. And the way they did it in Hungary, you had this piece of paper where you could mark your support for the Communist Party, and then drop it in the ballot box. But if you wanted to do that, you went into a little booth with a little curtain space. So people in a way could assume that, well, maybe you wanted to cross out the official candidate. So most people were encouraged that if they voted for the official candidate, just drop the ballot in the box without going into this little private space, which is interesting. And probably, like most other thinking at that time, this was a Soviet practice too. Now back to the unique characteristics of the Soviet system, and which became also characteristic of other political communist systems, the one-party state. Well, this was a novel conception of the political party, a mysterious and virtually superhuman entity, by definition infallible, and endowed with this great, unique historical insight and guidance. Now, the Russian revolutionaries thought of themselves as devout Marxists, engaged in applying the theories to their policies. And this is one of the big questions about the Soviet system and other communist systems, to what extent they failed or succeeded in this endeavor. That is to say, the relationship between Marxist theory and Soviet other communist practices. And were Marxist ideas implemented as distinct from misusing them in an effort to legitimate the political system? Now, on the one hand, some people argued that, including, of course, Soviet politicians, that the Soviet system faithfully embodied and applied Marxist ideas to its short and long-term goals and policies. But this would be just as incorrect as to assert the opposite, that Marxism had nothing to do with the system. Again, I will say more about these connections. We will never know what Marx would have thought of the Soviet system and its various stages of development or deformation. It would be great fun to know what Marx would have, if Marx had been alive, and visited the Soviet Union and other communist systems, and how he would have responded. I'm surprised that nobody tried to write some kind of a dystopian novel or fiction about this, Marx in an existing socialist system, also called state socialist. And the question is, would it have been possible to persuade him that it was feasible to have a socialist revolution in a predominantly agricultural society, or a semi-feudal society, that a one-party system and its deified leader were compatible with his ideas of a socialist society, with the dictatorship of the proletariat, and with the eventual withering away of the state, or that staying in power in face of domestic opposition fully justified terror, including the show trials and the Gulag, were they really essential parts of the dictatorship of the proletariat? Or, of course, the other basic question, whether or not Lenin and Stalin interpreted his ideas correctly, but we shall never know. Now, you could also argue, and many people have, that the October Revolution is an illustration and proof of the difficulty to bring about truly radical social change, or to liberate the society from the imprint of the past and its ingrained customs and institutional practices. And of course, it has been said, not surprisingly, that given the long-standing massive authoritarian past of Russia, the Soviet system was bound to become and remain repressive. And unhappily, in recent times, we have seen new illustrations or confirmations of this belief in the rise of Putin and his durable popularity and policies. Now, I attempted, but very difficult to undertake, a cost-benefit analysis of a revolution or any other major social change. But it's not impossible to sketch some of the ways in which it conformed to or deviated from its founding ideals, in this case Marxism. I would like to start with a quote from Leszek Kolakowski's Main Currents of Marxism. It's a book I found extremely helpful in addressing this topic, and I quoted it many times in my writings. And I think it does sum up the part played by Marxism in the creation and maintenance of communist systems. He wrote in the epilogue of this huge, very massive volume the following. I am quoting now. Okay, I'm just looking for my watch. This is what he said: Marxism has been the greatest fantasy of our century. It was a dream offering the prospect of a society of perfect unity in which all human aspirations would be fulfilled and all values reconciled. The influence that Marxism has achieved, far from being the result or proof of its scientific character, is almost entirely due to its prophetic, fantastic, irrational elements. It is certainly not based on any empirical premises, but simply on the psychological need for certainty. In this sense, Marxism performs the functions of a religion, and its efficacy is of a religious character. Marx combined his romantic dreams with the socialist expectation that all needs would be satisfied in this earthly paradise, unquote. And as I said already, Soviet leaders and ideologues insisted on fulfilling the ideas and ideas of Marx, and even I wonder who came up with the term that Marxism was scientific socialism. I mean, that was again an important designation. I'm not sure who came up with this term, which of course most certainly it was nothing scientific about it. But again, that contributed to the respectability of Marxism, this claim that it was scientific. And of course, Lenin didn't gloss over the idea that this ideal of a socialist revolution was implemented in this underdeveloped, largely agricultural society, which had a very small industrial working class and was isolated from the more advanced, highly urbanized and industrialized societies of Western Europe. So this was the opposite was, of course, the socialism in one country, which was Stalin's idea, opposed by Trotsky. Now, as to the Western supporters and sympathizers with the Soviet experiment, as it was called earlier, in its early stages, it was also important to insist on this connection with the Marxist ideological heritage, because it was a respectable, it gave the system a respectable ideological foundation, and that confirmed the hope that the Soviet Union stood for a good cause, or the only worthwhile cause. Now, here I just want to remind you of one very characteristic statement which was made along these lines by Eric Hobsbawm, a famous historian. And in 1994, in an interview, he was asked, would he have supported the Soviet system had he known that so many people were killed in the 1930s? And reportedly he said, I get this quote from a Conqueror's book, the Reflection on the Ravaged Century, that's where I got this quote. He said, quote, the chance of a new world being born in great suffering would still have been worth backing, unquote. This is the classical ends and means reasoning. And even though, unlike most Western intellectuals, Hobsbawm knew pretty well what was the nature of the Soviet system. He had no illusions about the actual characteristics of the Soviet system. Now, of course, critics of the system, Western critics, argued that it had little to do with Marxism or nothing, that it was a form of Oriental despotism or a nationalistic autocracy, and heir of centuries-old autocratic traditions, and that it only made use of Marxism to legitimate itself. Now, there is a third point of view which I also share, which is that Marxism was an inspiration for and a major influence on the nature of the Soviet system, without, however, wholly determining its character. So it's an in-between position. That doesn't mean that it was necessarily a source of strength, but rather provides a partial explanation of many of the defects of the Soviet system and moral failings. Here again I have a good quote for you from Eugene Genovese, who was an American communist and a historian, a very distinguished historian of slavery, actually, American slavery, and a former supporter of the Soviet Union. And this is what he said on this matter of, the relationship between Marxism and the Soviet system. The horrors didn't arise from the perversion of radical ideology, but from the ideology itself. Our whole project of human liberation has rested on a series of gigantic illusions. The catastrophic consequences of this failure cannot be dismissed as aberrations. The allegedly high ideals we placed at the center of our ideology and politics are precisely what we need to be re-examined. A requiem for Marx cannot ignore the inequities of his offspring. Prophets and messiahs must share the blame for the excesses of his followers, unquote. And very recently, just last Sunday, there was an article by Martin Amis in the New York Times Book Review where he made a similar comment, again about Marxism, and he said, it was not a good idea that somehow went wrong or withered away. It was a very bad idea from the beginning, with barely imaginable self-righteousness, pedantry, and horror. The chief demerit of the Marxist program was its point-by-point defiance of human nature, unquote. Now this, of course, is an important and interesting point, because many social scientists or historians themselves don't believe in such a thing as human nature, and most of my colleagues, sociologists, don't believe in such a thing as human nature as something relatively permanent or stable, but think about human nature as something endlessly changing and changeable, and depending on situations people find themselves in, or the social and cultural pressures. Of course, like so many other things, it's both human nature. There is both something inherent, and there are these endless social, cultural, environmental influences. So, again, my position is that the leadership didn't, the Soviet and other communist leadership didn't apply consistently or faithfully Marxist propositions, but it's also the case that it would be wrong to argue that the system had nothing to do with Marxism. There was a connection. Let me mention some of these very obvious connections, and one was, of course, and let me also say before, again, maybe I already said something to the effect that we cannot hold Marxism as a whole totally responsible for all the deprivations and sufferings its attempted realization or application led to. But at the same time, again, we have to maintain that it had some influence, considerable influence, on the policies of the Soviet system, which cannot be understood without the Marxist roots. I mean, for example, let me look at some of the major institutional expressions of the influence of Marxism, and the most obvious is, of course, the nationalization of the public ownership of the means of production, which was seen as a decisive step in the creation of a social system that will not only be just, but also more productive and communitarian. And certainly, there was no gap here between theory and practice. In communist societies, they nationalized the means of production, and whatever minor variations, whether or not they allowed, one person shoe repair places to function, or everything would be nationalized or not. But of course, this assumption that this was an essential stage in the development of societies was based on Marx's rejection of the profit hunger and greed as the source of all evil. And this was interesting because, and the dire consequences of this. But at the same time, Marx was not particularly concerned with, and the other communist leaders, with the problems of the greed for power, which can be separated from the greed, for monetary enrichment. And indeed, most of the communist leaders, well, they varied some, but most of them were not that interested in luxuries or, accumulating properties. They were interested in power. So this was certainly one confluence between theory and practice, nationalizing the means of production. But it was a deeply flawed idea, because state ownership didn't end exploitation, and that there was no this was really amazing that anybody could believe that there was at any point in time any reason under circumstances to believe that it would. The state ownership made exploitation more thorough and efficient, since the power of the party state could not be questioned or defied, unlike the power of capitalists. And of course, trade unions were abolished on the assumption that the interests of the workers and the party state fully converged or coincided, and there was no need for a special organization to represent the interest of the workers. Now, of course, not only did the state ownership of the means of production not improve social justice or create social justice, it didn't make the economy productive and the workers more highly motivated, and of course it was a total disaster in agriculture. And I don't know how many of you know, this was very symbolic of this disjunction between, the workers as they perceived their interests and the regime, that in the Soviet Union, as in communist Hungary, workers, when they left the factory, they were often examined to see if they were taking something with them. So Khrushchev once said, I quoted him somewhere, that we could create socialism if only people stopped stealing public property. Now I have one more Kolakowski quote on this matter of the great benefits of the perception or the illusion of the great benefits of nationalizing the means of production. This is what Kolakowski observed in the same book. Marx seems to have imagined that once capitalists were done away with, the whole world would become a kind of Athenian agora. One had only to forbid private ownership of machines and land, and as if by magic, human beings would cease to be selfish and their interests would coincide in perfect harmony. It turned out that having nationalized the means of production, it was possible to erect on this foundation an edifice of lies, exploitation, and oppression. But again, this also brings us to this issue of the withering away of the state, which was the most amazing fantasy. But even Lenin believed in this possibility at least before the October Revolution, because he wrote in his book, State of Revolution, the following. Well, I guess this was he quoted Engels approvingly. He said that was Engels. The state is the product and manifestation of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms. When at last it becomes the real representative of the whole of society, it renders itself unnecessary. As soon as there is no longer any social class to be held in subjection, nothing more remains to be repressed. And then Lenin followed up. This is now Lenin's point, very similar. The exploiters are naturally unable to suppress the people without a highly complex machinery performing this task. But the people can suppress the exploiters with a very simple machine, almost without a machine. Only communism makes the state absolutely unnecessary, for there is nobody to be suppressed. And now the following is an even broader interpretation of the conditions the withering away of the state would create. Back to Lenin. We know that the fundamental social causes of excesses, which consist in the violation of the rules of social intercourse, is the exploitation of the masses. By these excesses, Lenin meant clearly crime, for example, crime and alcoholism, antisocial behavior. Well, as I said again, even if we cannot blame Marx and Engels for the one-party system and the cult of personality and the gulag and the purges, their ideas about the necessity or inevitability of the class struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat helped. They were very helpful for the Soviet regime to legitimate coercion and political violence. Well, more generally speaking, probably the major contribution of Marxism to the generous use of political violence with a clear conscience was that it assured the rulers that they were engaged in a noble effort to create an exceptionally praiseworthy and morally and historically superior social system, and therefore they were entitled to use all and any means. Now, I'll just mention a couple more things where Marxist theory and Soviet practice very sharply diverged, and one was the new kinds of inequalities. And this is something actually, even to this date, I don't think many people in the West, including well-educated people, know about the new system of inequalities which all of these countries introduced. These were administrative inequalities, not a matter of income, but a matter of special privileges. You know, for example, housing, that was a very important privilege. They figured out in square meters, you know, how much more room more highly placed party functionaries would get, or better, superior medical care, or access to travel. I remember growing up in Hungary. I was on my way to my high school, lived a communist functionary. That was before they moved into special neighborhoods, which they later did. And this man, I was always interested, I mean, not always, at that age, you know, 10 or 11 or 12, I was interested in cars. And this, every day there was an American Hudson car, a big car waiting for this man. And I was wondering, why couldn't they use smaller cars? You know, as a child, it occurred to me. So anyway, that's an example, you know, that inequalities. And of course, there was a massive increase in the size of bureaucracies. Now I am also supposed to say something about the Western misperceptions, but they were mostly misperceptions at the time of the Soviet system, and there is not a lot of time left for that. Let me just try to summarize what I was going to say about this. That these Western perceptions told us very little about the actual characteristics of the Soviet system, but they told us a great deal about the hopes and the expectations of Western intellectuals. And this was a period of serious, severe social economic problems in the West, the Great Depression, beginning in 1929 and the early 30s. And that was the period when most Western intellectuals visited the Soviet Union, which was also, this is important, in Soviet history, it was without any doubt the most repressive period, because they had the so-called great purges and the short trials and the gulag and scarcities, and you know, they developed these huge systems or apparatuses or institutions of coercion, like the antecedents of KGB, NKVD. But that was the period when most Western intellectuals and other public figures visited the Soviet Union, and they were not aware. Surely one could argue that most of them really didn't know what was going on. The most important motive for the Western intellectuals who visited the Soviet Union was to find alternatives to what they perceived as the bankruptcy, economic, cultural, moral bankruptcy of their own society. Let me just give you here again a few quotes to get the feel for these kinds of misperceptions and hopes, not necessarily in any order of importance. There was a woman, Anna Louise Strong, who was a politically active journalist, and she actually, I just found out recently, she had a PhD in philosophy. Now she first admired the Soviet Union, and then she switched to Mao. And she, in fact, she went to China in '59 and spent the rest of her life, at least 20 more years, in China. But here is something what she said about the Soviet system. She said, "Here at last were the answers to most of the questions raised by the Depression." This is a good summary. All the answers raised by the Depression. Mind you, this was obviously a kind of a sociological approach, but there were also many admirers of the Soviet Union who felt that not only was the system more unjust and efficient and there was no unemployment, etc., but the system was such that it also did away with personal problems. So the personal problems, individual unhappiness would also somehow mysteriously wither away in this just society. One more quote in a similar spirit by another perhaps better-known American writer, better known at the time in the 30s, Malcolm Cowley. He said, "Communism not only furnished a clear answer to the problems raised by the Depression, and not only promised to draw writers from their isolation, but it also seemed capable of supplying the moral qualities that writers missed in bourgeois society. And it provided the comradeship which they missed, comradeship in the struggle, self-imposed discipline, and the ultimate purpose, and the opportunity for heroism and human dignity." So this was Malcolm Cowley. And again, he is the counterpart to these hopes, his critics of American society. He said, "In almost every branch of American life, there is a sharp dichotomy between preaching and practice. Almost the whole of American culture was becoming false or flimsy. Hypocrisy had come to pervade the whole system. The same social mechanism that fed and clothed the body was starving the emotions. The social system was closing every path towards creativeness and self-expression. Life in this country, that is the United States, is joyless and colorless, uncreative, given over to the worship of wealth and machinery," unquote. But these were very typical views. There was one more quote, maybe a couple more quotes. There was another American writer, Waldo Frank, who admired both the Soviet Union and later Castro's Cuba, and said almost exactly the same things about both. But here he said, he was referring to the flabby relativism that goes by the name of liberalism in the West, and which often is nothing but want of conviction. And then he also said about his visit to the Soviet Union, "For the first time in my life, I was sharing the breath of a great city with a folk which has not fouled the air by perpetual incense to the cult of money." This was interesting. There were a number of visitors to both the Soviet Union and later to Nazi Germany who made specific reference, compared the virtues or the purity of the political system to the purity of the air. I just give you one more quote because this was about the Nazi system, which could have been said about the Soviet Union too. This was said by an English writer, Henry Williamson, not very well known. Anyway, I just give you this one quote. So he went to visit Nazi Germany again in the early 1930s, and he said, "No beggars in the street. There was work available to anybody who applied for it. Everywhere I saw faces that looked to be breathing extra oxygen." Well, I will not dwell further on the Western perceptions or misperceptions or any other matter because we need time for questions and comments. But again, it's obviously clear that these perceptions of the Soviet Union and other communist systems had little to do with their actual characteristics. And none of these enthusiasts could have imagined that half a century later the Soviet system would implode, and not merely on account of its chronic scarcities or mismanagement and economic failures, but more significantly because the top leaders and ideologues ceased to be true believers. and correspondingly their will to power and to repress greatly diminished. I wrote a book on this whole topic of why the Soviet system collapsed, and this was my main position, that it really had to do with the decline of belief on the part of the leaders. And of course it was also furthered by glasnost or openness, which allowed criticisms of the system to come to the surface. So the system became very seriously discredited, and as I said, there was no longer the same will to repress as in earlier times, or for that matter in China. So I will conclude on this depressing note of the continuities between Putin's Russia and the Soviet system, which so far Putin hasn't inspired widespread admiration. I wrote a little bit about the few handful of admirers of Putin in this country who are more on the right than on the left, because they associate Putin with the attempt to somehow save traditional values and traditional beliefs. But again, in conclusion, this October Revolution and what it led to confirms that human beings, motivated by lofty ideas, are capable of inflicting huge amounts of damage and suffering by other people with a clear conscience. But the collapse of the Soviet system also suggests that many people are capable of rejecting a repressive, inefficient, and mendacious political system under certain conditions. But again, unfortunately, the rise of Putin suggests that it is difficult to create an open and pluralistic society on the remnants of centuries of authoritarian traditions and collectivism. And also another factor that interferes with such positive development is the human longing for stability and order and nationalistic self-assertion, which interfere with these positive developments. So on this somewhat pessimistic note, I conclude and look forward to your questions and comments.
Classroom. No, you can't hear me? No? Okay, all right, okay. All right, so thank you all very much for a chance to respond to this. Alex, Alf as well, and good to see my friends from home here too, Ched and Rachel Mertz, and Alice and Ron Radosh. You guys are gonna have a real treat when Ron speaks later. He's too humble to say this, so I'll say it for him. Get his books, his book Commies, which I think is one of the best memoirs, political memoirs of the period. The book they did together, Red Star Over Hollywood, one of my favorites. And just thank you all very much for doing this. And I think it's ironic that you're holding this conference in Lewisburg, which is just down the hill here from the federal penitentiary where Alger Hiss spent 4 years after he was convicted for perjury. And Hiss said that 4 years in federal penitentiary was an excellent corrective to 4 years at Harvard. So at least he had a sense of humor about the whole thing. And also joining him there at the time, or around the time, was Wilhelm Reich, who actually died in prison there. And his ghost lives on probably more than anybody else, his influence on cultural Marxism. And he even coined the term the sexual revolution. If you don't know about Wilhelm Reich, check out a piece in the New Yorker not that long ago on him. Extremely influential. And I'll give a nod to Al Capone too, who spent some time there as well. But Dr. Hollander, long enjoyed your work and respected your work. And so my task here, I guess, is just to ask a couple questions and then let you take the mic back and respond to them. I don't even know where to start. I mean, there's so much here that I could say, but I took a lot of notes, and you had mentioned what you called political pilgrims before in your previous works, people who had, largely American progressives who traveled to the Soviet Union. And you said in the 1930s, but they were going in the 1920s as well. So I think there's a tendency to say, well, the Great Depression threw them for a loop. You know, everybody was struggling with what happened with capitalism, and so naturally they'd want to go to the Soviet Union and check that out. But they were going there in the 20s as well, long before the Depression hit. And a couple that you didn't quote that I had to quote, H.G. Wells, who after meeting with Stalin in 1934, right at the start of the Great Purge, said, "I've never met a man more candid, fair, and honest. Everyone trusts him. Everyone trusts him." Wells had also been impressed with Vladimir Lenin, too, who he called a frank, refreshing, and amazing little man, as he put it, who, quote, almost persuaded me to share his vision, unquote. And I got to add here Wells' fellow Fabian socialist George Bernard Shaw, such a beautiful writer in so many ways. It just shows how people can be so wrong in other areas. But he wrote this: "We cannot afford to give ourselves moral airs, we in the West, when our most enterprising neighbor, that is the Soviet Union, humanely and judiciously liquidates a handful of exploiters and speculators to make the world safe for honest men." Shaw not only praised Stalin and what Shaw called Stalin's utilitarian killing, but he also praised the various henchmen who cranked the wheels of the killing machine, right? The Cheka, the KGB, the NKVD, Felix Dzerzhinsky. His statements in defense of Stalin's Russia were really unconscionable. They're pretty amazing. And he said that reports of a famine in Russia were a lie, and they were inflammatory irresponsibility. They were a slander of Stalin's good 5-year plans. One person who had a conversion experience witnessing all of this was Malcolm Muggeridge. And I'll read this and then I'll ask you for your response. Muggeridge was not taken by Soviet handlers, even though he was at the time, he was a man of the left, he was an atheist at the time. But he talked about his fellow travelers who had gone there and how amazed he was at how easily they were taken. And this is my question: why were they so easily infatuated, so easily taken by Soviet tour guides and what they saw? People who were otherwise incredibly cynical, who didn't believe anything you told them about anything. I mean, intellectuals, sophisticated people, very, very cynical people, but suddenly just complete innocence in the hands of Soviet handlers. Muggeridge wrote, "They are unquestionably one of the wonders of the age, and I shall treasure till I die as a blessed memory the spectacle of them traveling with radiant optimism through a famished countryside, wandering in happy bands about squalid, overcrowded towns, listening with unshakable faith to the fatuous patter of carefully trained and indoctrinated guides. They would repeat like schoolchildren a multiplication table, the bogus statistics and mindless slogans that were endlessly intoned to them." So they believed everything. "There were earnest advocates among us of the humane killing of cattle, who looked up at the massive headquarters of the OGPU with tears of gratitude in their eyes. There were earnest advocates of proportional representation who eagerly assented when the necessity of the dictatorship of the proletariat was explained to them. There were earnest clergymen who walked reverently through anti-God museums and reverently turned the pages of atheistic literature. There were earnest pacifists who watched delightedly tanks rattle across Red Square and bombing planes darken the sky. There were earnest town planning specialists who stood outside overcrowded, ramshackle tenements and muttered, 'If only we had something like this in England.'" So not only was Muggeridge mystified by this naivete, but he added this, and then I'll ask for your response. "The almost unbelievable credulity of these mostly university-educated tourists astonished even Soviet officials who were used to handling foreign visitors." And I've talked to a couple of guides since the collapse of the Cold War, one of them from Romania, and he said that they concocted a scheme. They realized that the degree of, no matter what they would say, no matter what they would feed Western visitors, they believed everything they spoon-fed them. And a lot of this Romanian guide had been to the West. He was hired because he spoke English. And he said, we were lying to them. But he said, so me and another guy who I trusted, we learned we could trust each other, and this wasn't easy. He said, we concocted a scheme where we would exaggerate with incredible hyperbole to just impossible levels. And he said, but we learned is no matter how much we exaggerated, they believed everything. He said, we could take them to a building and say, they are making 1 trillion sausages here a year, comrade. And they would nod their head. So I'm wondering, is there a psychological explanation almost for this? A political explanation beyond just a sociologist or an economist or somebody looking at, the results of the Great Depression? Here you go.
Thank you for the comments. It so happens that this long quote you read, it's also in my book, Political Pilgrims, in front of the chapter on the visit to the Soviet Union. Let me start with a response to this question, to this puzzle. Why were these Western intellectuals so credulous? And I have written a lot about it. I don't know if I really got to the bottom of the matter, but there are several explanations. I don't know which is the most important. Well, actually, I know which is the most important. Predisposition is the most important. That they were already favorably disposed towards these systems and countries, and then that the other mechanism was projection, that they just projected things upon them which they considered good. And I remember also, I think I also quoted this thing of my Wells about Stalin. There was another wonderful quote. Somebody said that he would entrust the education, upbringing of his children to him, and that the dogs would instinctively go up to him and rub against him, because he was so full of warmth. So I think the predisposition is the most important, but there was also, you could say wishful thinking, that they really wanted to see that there is a good society, a just society, which can implement these high ideals. And they also preferred the communist leaders to their Western leaders, because the Western politicians and leaders were willing to compromise rather than pursue these high ideals. And again, I have a long chapter which I called in this book, Political Pilgrims, Techniques of Hospitality, that how they actually conducted these tours. They were truly conducted tours. And they went to incredible length to mislead people. I mean, they built model prisons. And not only in the Soviet Union, also there was one in Cuba, there was one in China. I am not sure about the East European satellite countries. They had model prisons. And then, this is all in my Political Pilgrim book, they took Henry Vice President Wallace, they took him on a tour of the Soviet Gulag. But again, they had the model Gulag, or at any rate, what was even more amazing, the deception that the guards, the NKVD people dressed up like the inmates, because the inmates were too emaciated. It didn't look good enough to show to a visiting Westerner, like the American Vice President. So they had the guards playing the part of the inmates. This kind of thing. So they went to great length to deceive people. So I think that an important factor in believing all the nonsense was also ignorance, just sheer ignorance. And then again, I remember another quote I had in the Political Pilgrims. One of these famous American writers, I always confuse whether it was Upton Sinclair or Sinclair Lewis, I forget which one, who also went to the Soviet Union, and he knew about the collectivization, that it was really a terribly bloody process. And again he said, well, given the ends, it was justified. So ends and means. And again, finally, I also said, trying to explain this predisposition, I agree it wasn't just that the capitalism was an apparent crisis, but there was, I think, these attitudes, this is more difficult to pin down, empirically, but I think these attitudes on the part of these intellectuals also have to do in general with their unhappiness in living not only in a capitalist society, but a modern society, the problems of modernity. And I think the major problem of modernity have been, and this you can apply this to the Islamic radicals too, the decline of community and the decline of sense of purpose. So I think a lot of these attitudes were sort of quasi-religious attitudes or secular religious attitudes. There were also amazing statements where famous Westerners like Sartre went to Cuba and then he met Castro and Che Guevara, and it's unbelievable the things they said. I mean, they considered them truly superhuman beings, Castro and Che Guevara, who transcend regular human physical needs, you know, and they don't need as much sleep, and they don't need as much food, because they are so devoted to the cause. So, you know, what I always found the more difficult to explain, why some intellectuals went this way and others didn't. And in fact, in my last book, in my last chapter, I also have a long list of intellectuals who have never been deceived by the communist systems, or who were deceived, but then they came to see the correct realities. And about the timing of you mentioned earlier that it wasn't just the 30s. No, it wasn't, but I mean quantitatively there were far more people in the 30s than in the 20s. And then another important period when these pilgrimages increased, but no longer to the Soviet Union, was the 60s. 60s and 70s when people went to Mao's China and Castro's Cuba and Sandinista Nicaragua later, or even North Vietnam during the war. So, and one more thing about George Bernard Shaw, he also had this wonderful quote I used many times when he said he admired not only the Soviet Union and Stalin, but also other dictators, and he mentioned in the same sentence Stalin and Mussolini and Piłsudski of Poland. Nobody heard of Piłsudski. But these were dictators he admired because they got things done. That's the expression he used, they got things done. So I think that while on the whole it is really astonishing and difficult to explain why some intellectuals who were highly critical in their own society completely suspended their critical impulses, but it is possible to at least approximate the reasons for it, and I think mainly it's a psychological issue, yes.
I won't read John Dewey's assessments, but he went there in 1928, and he was blown away by the education system, which he loved and very impressed by. He later recanted and became anti-Stalin. It was over Trotsky. But I'll mention which is one other, Margaret Sanger, who was the founder of Planned Parenthood, and which began as the American Birth Control League. She went there in the summer of 1934 to study what they were doing in birth control. And she said she was thrilled. She said, you know, we could well take example from Russia, she wrote, where birth control instruction is part of the regular welfare service of the government. And she was actually aghast at the number of abortions that had taken place since they were legalized. She was shocked. I mean, the number went, and the Soviet Union became unprecedented in human history. She was shocked by it. And she said, however, this is an exact quote, this was not a concern because, as Soviet officials told her, a fully functioning communistic society will ensure the happiness of every child. So in other words, as soon as the plans for the state are realized, neither birth control or abortion will be necessary, because a fully functioning communistic society will ensure the happiness of every child. So it's really utopian. If you give the state enough power, and it'll achieve utopia. But a slightly different point, and then I probably need to turn it over to you next, but the changing gears a little bit, James Kirchick of the Daily Beast wrote this in a piece last year. He's an anti-communist liberal. He says, how many times have you heard in college dorm room bull sessions a formulation of this idea, quote, communism wasn't responsible for all those deaths, meaning at least 100 million, according to the Black Book of Communism, right? Communism wasn't responsible for all those deaths. Crappy leaders were. Crappy leaders were. He said, I wish that was the kind of thing I only heard in dorm room bull sessions, but I still hear it all the time. And then he asked, well, how many crappy leaders do there need to be? And how many dead people before we blame not just the crappy leaders, but the crappy ideology? And I think this gets to your point. When you get human nature wrong, and which clearly I think is the case with the Communist Manifesto, and Marx sums up with the Communist Manifesto, they said the entire communist theory may be summed up in the single sentence: abolition of private property. Abolition of private property. And Marx and Engels wrote in the Manifesto, of course, despotic inroads will be necessary, quote unquote. So they acknowledged that you would need despotism, at least for a time, to be able to take away people's private property. So I don't see how anybody who could read the book can't come away thinking they're going to have to kill a lot of people to do this. Maybe I haven't read the book.
I had one more thought about this question. How to account for the intellectuals' mistaken beliefs or delusions, and as I wrote recently in this recent book, I think intellectuals, or these kinds of intellectuals we are talking about, they were people who had very high expectations of the perfectibility of society and human nature. So this is again a psychological approach, because then, of course, you can ask further or probe further, why did they have high expectations? And where does that come from? And it could come from, upbringing or traumatic personal experience. Where do these high expectations come from? And what goes with high expectations, I think it's another useful concept. It's the concept of relative deprivation. So that in explaining why intellectuals reject their own societies, which were so much better than the ones they admired, relative deprivation. And this is the idea that you feel personally deprived, not on account of some objective and ascertainable and obvious deprivation, like poverty or sickness or being imprisoned, but you feel deprived because you compare your situation to other people, higher status groups or more privileged people. That's one source. That was a theory of the American sociologist Robert Merton. He wrote about this in the 50s. So, and then the other source of relative deprivation he didn't write about actually. He just focused on the comparison people were making. Mostly he wrote about American society. And of course this is very obvious that people are exposed in the mass media and mass culture, to all the wonders of the lifestyle of the rich and famous and the celebrities. So that makes an impression on people. But the other aspect of relative deprivation, that I think this is more typical or characteristic of some intellectuals, that they compare their society or existing societies to some theoretical notions of perfection, or how societies could be made better. And so, that may lead to some of them going into a commune, which some of them did in the 60s, but of course this commune didn't last long, because these intellectuals were not only communitarian, but also highly individualistic, or these aspiring intellectuals. So I think this is an interesting question, and of course I don't have the answer, why some people have higher expectations, even people who have similar education or material standards, and look at the so-called famous New York intellectuals, and some of them became fellow travelers or sympathizers with communist systems, and others turned against them. And why is it that some intellectuals recognized this gap between theory and practice? Like Köstler and others wrote about it in the famous book, The God That Failed. Actually, I wrote a book about this too. It's called The End of Commitment, why some intellectuals in different countries, communist countries, not just Western countries, became disillusioned. And it's difficult to explain. It's just as difficult to explain as many other aspects of human behavior. Why some people become criminals and others don't, who have similar social background. So there is a lot to be researched about this matter, so pondered.
you very much. I very much appreciate your talk. It was filled with a lot of interesting ideas and thoughts, and I also appreciate the first reply. I think I'm going to speak, I don't know if I'm speaking against the room or at least a little bit from a different point of view. I've read the Communist Manifesto. It has its issues, but the idea of getting rid of private property and the possibility of violence, of course, exists in many places, including, of course, the New Testament, the Bible. So one of the issues we have to sort of think about when we think about these texts is, yes, of course, how they play out in history. And obviously Christianity is another example that we can do body counts, we can talk about the violence that's been done in the name, and we can see that there is something I would argue, in virtually every set of ideas that can be and often is used for disastrous purposes. So I just wanted to start on that point because I was really interested in particular in the connection to religion that Professor Hollander mentioned here, because this is something that I actually have spent a lot of time studying and researching. My research focus is Japan, which is obviously a very different cultural and religious context. And I recently published a book about progressive Buddhists in Japan. And these are Buddhists in the early 20th century who became very inspired by not just Marxism, actually even more so anarchism and other socialist movements. So what happened in the 1910s and 20s in Japan is you have a growing nationalist ideology, what would eventually become, by all intents and purposes, a fascist state in Japan. But you have currents that are resisting this. And so in the 1910s and 20s, and particularly after the October Revolution, there were moderate liberals, Marxists, anarchists, socialists of all stripes, who basically became allies, realizing that the biggest foe for them was the fascist state, right? This increasingly totalitarian entity that was crushing not just the far left, but the moderate, the middle as well. And so you have this sort of allies, these people working together, and within that you have a lot of religious people as well. And that really fascinated me. I would say the majority of socialists in Japan in the 1910s were Christians. So Christianity in Japan really took on a very progressive and radical resistance to the state. The state, of course, was anti-Christian and also anti-socialist. So in some ways they were out on both counts there. My book actually looks at Buddhists. Now it's interesting because Buddhism in Japan was more of a dominant religion. And maybe because of that, fewer Buddhists took up resistance to the state. But some did. And the ones that did made very interesting connections. They read the Manifesto, they read Marx's writings, they didn't agree with everything, they didn't like the anti-religious element that Marx and Engels and some others had. They thought that was misplaced. It was based on a misunderstanding of what religion was. For their purposes, and for their Christian socialist fellows, Marxism and religion actually do have a lot in common. So they, on one level, they agree with Kolakowski, whose book, by the way, I also found just tremendously important. They agree with Kolakowski that Marxism and religion share things in common. They disagree that that's a bad thing. So when they argued that Marxism, Buddhism, and Christianity share a fundamental utopian aspiration, the radical transformation of being away from selfishness and towards community, right? That might be a fantasy, but I want to stand here and say it's a pretty good fantasy, right? I hope that fantasy doesn't die with the realistic idea that we're all selfish creatures, right? And all we can have is ruthless competition, okay? To me, there's a fantasy involved in that perspective as well. And it's one, by the way, I think, I'm going a little off tangent here, but just give me leave for a minute. I think we're seeing it play out now with climate change, to be honest. The fantasy that we can have this endless growth, this capitalist growth throughout the world without consequences, well, that's wrong. Obviously, that's wrong. The massive destruction of the environment is something that's happening right before our eyes, right? So this, to me, this is the most significant fantasy that we're living in right now. The most significant, you might say, utopia, right? So, what does this have to do with Marx? Well, Marx does say in the Manifesto that capitalism, especially on a global scale, will bring environmental destruction eventually. So in that sense, he was, I think, prescient. I'm certainly not going to stand up here and argue against your points, which I think are perfectly strong and correct about the Soviet Union about the way that socialism played out in states across Europe and around the world. I think you're absolutely right. There certainly is a connection between Lenin, for sure, and arguably back to Marx and other early writers as well. I often like to blame Engels for a lot of that stuff, but that's not really fair. There's some things in Marx as well that are a problem. But I guess the point I want to sort of push back on a little bit, I don't know if this is a question or maybe a provocation, is whether we can maintain some of this utopian element that I think is very strong in Marx. And I think correlates actually very well with Buddhism, which you might not know very much about, but also with Christianity. And I think we tend to forget, because of the anti-religious attitude of Marx and Engels and a lot of their followers, we tend to forget that in the 19th century, Christian socialism was a very, very significant movement. And the idea that somehow Christianity and socialism are opposed is, to me, a tragic mistake, you might say, in the history of these of the 20th century. So again, I'm not sure if that's a question or a number of things to think about and respond to. Thank you.
I actually, somewhere I am sure I have written a little bit about this, you know, that utopian thinking and utopian aspirations have a positive function. And I have been, not having grown up in this country, in this society, I have been also very much aware of certainly utopian aspect of American culture. I mean, what you mentioned about the environment, I am very much an environmentalist. You could say, because I'm a romantic nature lover. But I certainly think that capitalism plays a very destructive role in the treatment of the environment. But what I think is very much an American attitude, that all good things can be reconciled. And you know, people who want to make the national park smaller, they say, oh well, there will be still enough room for people to wander around. Or people who are advocating diets, and they say, oh, you can eat as much as you want and you will still remain thin and healthy. But I think these are very typical American attitudes. I think there is this cultural attitude which is very positive and hopeful and optimistic. Perhaps it has, I'm sure it has to do with the origins of the country. That all good things can be reconciled. And I think that I also find much to object in the current practices of American, you could say American capitalism. And actually I wrote a little bit in the beginning of my first book on anti-Americanism about my own kind of moderate anti-Americanism, which has been mostly cultural. You know, I mean, I think it's actually it has intensified since the election of Trump as a president, my moderate anti-Americanism, because I find it embarrassing and depressing to have this kind of president, both as a human being and as his fitness for the office. But I also felt that, talking about anti-Americanism, I wrote a little bit about this, that he sort of symbolizes everything people think are wrong with American culture and society. That's how I feel. And all the stereotypes as to what's wrong with American culture and society. And yes, I agree with you that we shouldn't wholesale reject any kind of high aspiration to improve the world and society, but obviously you need something. Obviously, political extremism is an extreme form of utopianism, and that's not the way to go. And I think that pluralistic democratic societies made some attempts to make the world somewhat better in a more moderate way, but I think there is still, they still haven't met the higher or more unrealistic expectations of some people in their societies. But I also remember that about religion and politics, you know, that when I did this study about people who went to the communist countries and thought they were wonderful, many of them were actually religious people. And they said, well, this is real Christianity. You know, this is not like a hypocrisy. They really tried to somehow realize the postulates of Christianity. And so also the Quakers have been always very, very sympathetic and that's a religious group basically. They have always been very sympathetic to all these societies. So, yes, I think this is a problem, how to maintain something approximating utopian hopes which don't degenerate into intolerant politics.
So we perhaps open it up to questions from the crowd.
Yes, that is the question.
Let me take the mic for a minute.
Take the microphone, of course.
Comment. Be so indulged. A few comments. Just one thing on religion. I don't know how many of you know that when he spoke at the American Enterprise Institute, the Dalai Lama said he was a Marxist. And a friend of ours happened to be at a luncheon sitting next to the Dalai Lama, and all he was interested in talking about was Lenin, the difference between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and the Soviet Revolution. So maybe you could later answer why this great spiritual leader said seriously, said it more than once, considers himself a Marxist. I don't think anyone's asked him to explain that. Paul's talk brought two things to mind. Being as old as I am, and as old as Paul is, we go way back. When he was growing up in Hungary, I was growing up in New York City. And Paul mentioned Anna Louise Strong. Now, when she was kicked out of Moscow for being an American spy, people forget that before going to China, she first came to New York City, where she gave a lecture. I was fortunate, or maybe unfortunate enough, to attend. And I remember to this day what she said. She said, the Soviet Revolution, she said, I remain loyal to it, even though Stalin has said I'm a spy and I'm not a spy. Stalin was turning against all Westerners in Russia, so he had to kick her out to show he really meant business. She said, the Soviet Revolution is like a locomotive barreling down the track. And if I was working on fixing the tracks and didn't get off in time, and the locomotive came and ran me over, that would be my fault, and it would be justified because I didn't go over it, get out in time. She said, that's just like the Bolshevik Revolution. If the Bolshevik locomotive goes over to this destination which it has to reach and kills me on the way, I would have been justly killed, because any individuals get killed for the goal, it's worth their getting killed and making that ultimate sacrifice. So these people were serious. The other thing is, as Paul knows, I went in 1973, 74, I forget the exact date, to Cuba on one of those trips of believers. And to show how they believe, the one thing we went, they took us to Santa Clara, where the Cubans said, we're very proud of this factory. We have one small factory, the first factory in Cuba making refrigerators. And these refrigerators, when they're done, will be given out to those who are worthy comrades who have shown their loyalty. They will get the first refrigerators. So we're going through the factory, and we go through one room, and there's like snow was coming down. It looked like snow, lots of it. And so everyone's working there without masks. So of course we said, what is this? What is this stuff coming down from the ceiling? And they said, well, that's asbestos. And I said, well, we know that asbestos causes cancer, and they're saying it's coming down because they used it for the refrigerators, and everyone there working is inhaling it. And I said, first, why don't they wear masks? He said, well, masks, who wants to wear a mask? If asbestos was dangerous, Fidel would have told us it's dangerous, but since he said it's safe, there's no problem. I said, these people are going to all be dead of cancer in 20 years. He said, well, that's ridiculous. So these people believe. You can't argue with anyone. Facts do not get in the way. The belief comes before the reality. And that's the way these people think. Thanks.
Yes, well, of course, I agree with you completely. I just remember, I never recall this point. I read your book about your trip to Cuba, and I'm not sure you mentioned this asbestos incident in it because I would have remembered it. But I remembered something else from your trip to Cuba, that there were some feminists, and you went to, the whole group went to some strip clubs. And the feminists thought that was all right because this was somehow, the feminists said, which would, of course in American society they didn't think it very appropriate for women to disrobe for the enjoyment of lecturers' males in the audience, but in Cuba somehow this was all right because what's wrong with women showing their body? Something like this. There was some justification, but it was just based on the context. Or you could also say that a lot of these explanations or whitewashing of what's wrong with a certain kind of society is based on the context. And I found it repeatedly that people made reference to the good intentions of the system. That's what really is carried the weight, good intentions.
Yes, go ahead. I'd like to say thank you for your talk. That was extremely informative, and I appreciate it very much. I was wondering if we could draw some connections, perhaps, between perhaps seeds or structural elements of authoritarianism in political systems outside of traditional Marxism. I'm thinking of an example because it's the easiest one, the closest at hand, kind of the liberal democratic structure of the United States. In 2008, the New York Times wrote an article which argued that 1% of the population at that point was moving in and out of the prison industrial complex, which surpasses the 0.8% at the peak of the Gulag system in the USSR. And I'll draw attention to the unbalanced number of people of color moving in and out of that system under our own political apparatus. Additionally, maybe the economic ramifications of neoliberal globalization in the developing world and the United States participation in the coup of democratically elected governments, including Iran in 1953, Guatemala in 1954, the Congo in 1966, the Dominican Republic in 1961, South Vietnam in 1963, Brazil in 1964, Chile in 1973. And wonder if there's not a certain authoritarianism built into structures, political structures outside of the radical left. While I wouldn't draw a direct parallel between some of the perhaps economically exploitative elements of the societies that we live in, I wonder if there isn't some overlap or some kind of element of human nature, as we've discussed already, that may exist outside of the far left in terms of these issues.
Well, nobody, I cannot think of many people who would say that authoritarian movements or systems or impulses are limited to the left or the radical left. Clearly there have been all kinds of authoritarian systems, totalitarian systems in particular, which have authoritarian aspects. So it just so happens, that my work dealt with the authoritarian characteristics of communist systems for obvious biographical reasons, but also because I felt that not much was known about it, and there are no social systems or political systems which are pure and without anything that it could be subjected to criticism, including, of course, the United States. I think also earlier I was talking about high expectations, and I think that's what has been built into the fabric of American society from the very beginning. That everybody who comes here will have equal opportunities and so forth. And of course the society cannot live up to these high ideals. It hasn't lived up to it. So I think that, historically speaking, there have been a handful of societies which are a lot better than others. But it's very rare, and I don't quite know. Obviously there are some historical explanations why countries in Western Europe, or the Scandinavian countries in particular, and North America, Canada, United States, where these have been the more decent societies, both politically and economically, but that doesn't mean that they don't have their own flaws, serious flaws, some of them more serious than others, I think the United States has more serious flaws than Switzerland or Denmark, But I think that was something to do with size. I was thinking about it, that some of these small countries, that small societies in Europe, which seem to have done well, they are more, or they used to be, until now at least, more homogeneous, and there was more of a sense of community, and it was more difficult to dehumanize other groups of people. I think that's another important human propensity or capacity to dehumanize other groups, and of course that was done by in the communist systems and in our totalitarian systems, and in the United States too, to some degree in earlier history. So yes, we are dealing with human propensities too, but it's not all the same, you know. I always thought that when I read things like people saying that, well, we had the Hollywood purges and the Russians had the Moscow purges, you know, this kind of thing, you know, for false equation of moral equivalence, and you know, there are a lot of things I don't like in this society, but I still think it is morally superior to many others. So, and especially, as I said, especially I have been semi-traumatized by this presidency we have now, because I just never thought that Americans would vote for a person like Trump. And so that, as I said, that sort of justifies all the anti-American impulses out in the world. But again, that's my view, and you know, how to reconcile that is also goes to your comment, how to reconcile the pursuit of perfection or significant improvements in a society with a kind of a very meticulous methodology of how to go about these things. And I think that is still a distinctive feature of this handful of Western democratic pluralistic societies, that the procedures are important. You know, I can give you a trivial example. Once I was speeding and I was caught by the policeman, and I went to court because I thought sometimes the policemen don't show up and then they drop the charges. And I was acquitted of the charge because the policeman didn't use a radar to clock my speed. He just estimated my speed. And I was speeding, as a matter of fact, but a trivial example of emphasis on procedure.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Are there other questions?
Yes.
I'd just like to make a few comments. I'm a historian of sorts of the steel industry. I've been involved in the steel industry since I graduated from Bucknell University. And I'm with you and Ron also. By the way, we should all sing happy birthday to Ron, who celebrated the big 8-0 yesterday. So I'm only 1 year behind him. But happy birthday, Ron, a little belated.
80 is the new 79.
Right. Or the new 70. At any rate, being from Pittsburgh, I'm a historian on the steel industry, what has happened to the steel industry, probably from the 1940s after the war, when it really burgeoned, and certainly to the collapse of the steel industry as it was known to the whole world in the 80s. But you can all rest comfortably tonight knowing that you're not going to die in your beds because the air is so foul. That was not going to happen. I recall in the 70s that the call for restoration of the air actually was after the fact that we needed to restore rivers and streams. And there was no question that our industry, the steel industry, was seen as the major polluter. There was no question that they did foul the air, and they did foul the water. But when you see what has happened, when you see the money that was invested in cleaning up the air that the steel industry was polluting, and the fact that they dumped acids and terrible things in the rivers, for instance, the Monongahela River, and then in Allegheny, in the Pittsburgh area. It took many, many millions of dollars for that to happen. And in some ways, that contributed to the demise of the steel industry in the United States, because the Japanese at that time, it's now the Chinese for the last 20 years, but at that time in the 70s, it was the Japanese who were taking on American steelworkers and just burying them. But they put all their dollars into new equipment, and if it was good equipment, and if it didn't follow the year, that was fine. But if it did follow the year, that was fine too. In America, we cleaned those things up, and our industry, because of that, it prevented them from investing into new equipment that was going to do better jobs. But I remember especially, I just wanted to tell you this story, that there was a company in Cincinnati, down in Southern Ohio, Armco. And Armco and they had a lot of electric furnaces. And Armco was told that they had to take the sulfur dioxide out of the air on one of the furnaces, and they did so. They took 98.8% of the sulfur dioxide out of the effluent that was coming out of the stacks. And they did that at tremendous cost. And do you know that within 5 years later, they were told to spend another sum of money, or have to spend another money, to take another 10%, 1/10 of sulfur dioxide out of the air. And if they didn't and couldn't do that, that furnace was going to be shut down, and they were going to be fined many thousands of dollars a year. So we do good things because we want to enjoy our rivers. Yeah, I think that our industry did respond to that. But you do also have to learn that sometimes it has to be compromised. And if you've taken 98.8% out, is that going to be enough? So I just want you to rest comfortably tonight. You're not going to die of air pollution. And I also want to thank you, Paul. Your talk was fantastic. I'd like to thank Alf and Tristan for giving us all an opportunity to bring many different perspectives to some of these wonderful questions.
I just have one factual matter to add to what you said, which I agree with all of that. The communist countries and the Soviet Union in particular had a very poor record in environmentalism, because they were furiously industrializing, and that was all that matters. And then there were poems about the wonders of the factory chimneys belching smoke, this kind of thing. And of course there was no effective public opinion that could have put some pressure on the policymakers and the power holders about the environment. Towards the end of the Soviet Union, I think this was under Gorbachev, that there was the beginnings of an environmental movement, and some people were in particular concerned with Lake Baikal, which is this very unusual body of water. So I think that it's an unfortunate matter that some people think that it is so important to maximize profit that it really shouldn't matter if you, in the process of maximizing profit, you could also say, on the more positive side, where you also provide employment. But in the course of doing so, you do a huge amount of damage to the environment.
Thank you. First, can you hear me okay? Because when I was sitting there, I heard a big echo, and it's... Am I coming through voice? Yeah. Well, I don't know, a small crowd, but we will go on. Let me start with a little story, sort of a joke about the Soviet system of distribution of goods. No, I'll tell this other one. Sometime in the 1970s, supposedly there was a big international conference in Spain, and at this conference were President Nixon, Premier Brezhnev of the Soviet Union, and Fidel Castro of Cuba. And the sponsors of the event thought it would be a good idea to take these three world leaders to see a bullfight. So they went to the bullfight, and they're watching the bullfight, and first thing, Nixon says, these bullfighters, matadors, picadors, they're just no good. I'm going to go down there and show them how it's done. So Nixon arranges, he goes down to the bull ring, and the matadors and picadors, they're up on the horse with the spears, and the others have the capes. They help Nixon out, but Nixon is running around, bypassing the bull, doing a good job, and finally he gives a signal, and the picadors throw a spear in, and the bull dies. And everybody applauds Nixon. And he comes back full of himself, sitting down next to Brezhnev and Castro, and Brezhnev says, Mr. President, that was a sorry display. We Soviets know that we're going to win the Cold War. As Chairman Khrushchev had told us, we'll bury you. And he says, I'm going to show you how you really fight the bulls. So he goes up, he tells the matadors, go away, I can do this myself. I can hold the cape and I can run around fooling the bull, and at the right signal I'll tell the picadors when to kill him. So Nixon runs around, the bull is charging at him, he's holding up the big colored flag, and the bull is going for it, but he never hits Nixon. Nixon gives a signal, they throw the spear, and the bull dies. And of course everyone cheers, it was much better than the first try by President Nixon. Brezhnev is thrilled, it's a victory for communism. He goes up, you see, we Soviets do it better. Then Fidel Castro looks at them and says, comrades, we in the Third World Liberation Movements, we who are building the fight in the Western Hemisphere in the belly of the beast, I can show you how to kill the bull. And he goes down to the ring and he says to the matadors and the picadors and all the other people who helped the bullfighter, leave the arena, I'm going to do this on my own. And he holds up the cape, the bull is charging at him, Castro sideswipes him, the bull comes up, Castro whispers something in his ear, and the bull drops dead. And he comes back to the stand, and they are thrilled. The audience is going crazy. Just his personality, something led the bull to die. And Brezhnev and Nixon says, well, Comrade Castro, Premier Castro, what did you tell the bull? And he said, it was simple. I told him socialism or death. Well, all right, enough of the joke. Well, I'm going to talk about American communists and Soviet espionage, and the term soldiers for Stalin was not mine. When I interviewed the brother of the atom spy Julius Rosenberg, the brother-in-law, David Greenglass, back in 1978, he told me, when I asked what motivated him to spy and to work to try and give whatever atomic material he had to the Russians, he said, I was a soldier for Stalin. We were all soldiers for Stalin. And that's the way they considered themselves. They had just come out of World War II. He believed helping humanity was helping the Soviet Union, not the United States, which had no right to a monopoly on the bomb, and that they would do anything the Soviets asked, because the Soviets stood for the better new world, the communist paradise that would occur in the future. So he really saw himself as still in the military, but this time doing something meaningful, not for the United States and its armed forces, but for the Soviets. And in fact, they were soldiers for Stalin. They were engaged in betrayal of their own country to work on behalf of the Soviet Union. Now, let me just run through the many spies that should be mentioned that existed, that managed to come into the government. Two things occurred. One, believe it or not, the United States during World War II, when we were allied with the Soviet Union, the United States did not have any spies Soviets who were spying for us within the Soviet Union. They did not believe it was necessary. You don't do that to allies, was the viewpoint. The Soviets, being much shrewder, did their best to take over, to infiltrate, and move into any department of the United States they could go. They both had people doing covert espionage, stealing industrial secrets, military secrets, atomic secrets. They also had people in the government where they'd be in close proximity to people in the White House, to people in the State Department, so they could get advance notice of what the Roosevelt and then the Truman administration would be planning to do, as well as get access to any secrets these people had that they could then pass on to the Soviets. In the early day of the 30s, there was one famous ring that included a lot of people, a lot of economists in the government, and a lot of people. And then, when you get to the late 40s, you begin to have a few prominent people who are of great influence and of great help to the Soviet Union. The first, of course, is Alger Hiss. Alger Hiss was an American blue blood. He came from the white Protestant elite. He was a law clerk to Justice Felix Frankfurter, who recommended him for the job in the State Department. He knew everybody in the American elite, which is why Dean Acheson, after Hiss had been charged with perjury, Dean Acheson refused to believe it. He said, I've known him all my life, and he could not be guilty of what he's being charged with. That had nothing to do with looking at evidence. That was just, Hiss was one of them. And the people he knew could not be spies. That was a belief. Well, it was not true. A lot of them were like him and did become spies. So Alger Hiss worked, and of course one of his last jobs was to go to the Yalta Conference, where you can see him sitting at the table right behind FDR. He was in charge of protocol and arrangements, but I'm sure he did get whatever he could get access to that would help Stalin. He got at the time to pass on. He passed on military information. You all have heard about the Nixon pumpkin papers, which of course was set up, but Whittaker Chambers, who had been a communist working for the Soviet Secret Service in the 30s and became an anti-communist. Whittaker Chambers had quit the Soviet underground in the United States and had put aside for safekeeping as something he could use with leverage with the Soviets in case they came to try and kill him. He would tell them, I've hidden these papers that I stole, and your whole espionage network will be exposed if you try and kill me. But Whittaker Chambers was always in fear for his life. And Chambers had recruited Hiss. And of course, Hiss eventually was caught because of the hearings before the House Committee on Un-American Activities, regularly called HUAC, where they held hearings and they had called Alger Hiss. And at first, Whittaker Chambers had not accused Alger Hiss of spying. He had just said that he knows Alger Hiss was a secret communist who was working in the higher echelons of the U.S. government. And Hiss testified that he was totally innocent, that he did not do anything of which he was accused. It was a total slander. And at first, most of the people listening believed Hiss. Hiss looked good, he was smart, he was well-dressed. Chambers was plump or fat, unkempt, slovenly. He didn't look good, he had bad teeth. The whole image, in terms of how people looked, was at first the public and the press and regular citizens who were paying attention to this believed that Alger Hiss must be telling the truth, and Chambers must have had some personal conflict with him and was accusing him falsely. But then at one of the hearings, just by a fluke, a member of the House Committee had the same hobby as Alger Hiss had. That was bird watching. And they set up a trap for Hiss. In closed testimony before the House Committee, Whittaker Chambers tried to show the committee that he knew Hiss so well, that he knew everything about him, that only people who were close to him would know. He said, for example, I know that Alger Hiss regularly went out on Mondays or whatever day to birdwatch early in the morning, and once he saw a rare bird that nobody has ever seen in the Washington, D.C. area called a prothonotary warbler. I'm not a bird watcher, but I don't know what that is, but Chambers said Alger Hiss had told him when he was meeting and passing secrets to him that he'd actually seen a prothonotary warbler. So they set a trap for Hiss at the open hearing. Hiss came back and said again, I did not know Mr. Chambers. Maybe I saw him as a journalist. He had another name, but I have no memory of him at all. And one of the members of the committee said, you know, Mr. Hiss, I heard you're a bird watcher. And he said, yes, I am. I love bird watching. And this congressman said, well, I love it too. And the congressman said, the biggest thrill of my life was to see a prothonotary warbler, which of course he hadn't seen. He just said that. And Hiss said immediately, oh my God, I saw a prothonotary warbler once back in the 1930s, and nobody knows that. That's amazing that you and I are the only two who have seen it. That little tidbit led HUAC and the members of the committee to realize that Hiss was lying and Chambers was telling the truth, because only someone who really knew Hiss very well knew that fact. And there were a lot of other things that proved Hiss's guilt. The statute of limitations had passed in espionage. Hiss was eventually tried for perjury, not for espionage. But being found guilty of perjury, there were two trials. The first one was hung jury. The second, he was convicted. Being tried and found guilty of perjury, in effect, meant he was perjuring himself when he said he wasn't a spy. So Hiss was the biggest name. And the Hiss case was very symbolic. The Republicans used it to say the Democrats did nothing about all this treason and all this communist infiltration, and only by our action were we being tough on the communists. Nobody caught Alger Hiss, and it was our doing, and particularly Congressman Nixon's doing, that brought Hiss to justice. Alger Hiss was the biggest name. Another friend of his was named Noel Field. Noel Field, again, was from a major American family, a wealthy family. I think he grew up as a Quaker. The last book the historian and journalist Ann Applebaum wrote was about the Noel Field case. I highly recommend her book. With all the details are fascinating. He was a Quaker, and he became a communist. Not an open communist, but a secret communist. And he went into work in European relief during the war, going to neutral countries where you set up effort and institute to try and help save some people under fleeing from the Nazis and hiding from them in Nazi-occupied Europe, trying to get them out to freedom. And this was a distinguished work, held with a lot of other people who were doing that alongside him, and no one suspected him of being a communist. What Noel Field did in this period was not really just rescue Europeans, prominent Europeans who needed to get help and get away from the Nazis. Noel Field made sure that he only rescued communists, secret communists who were hiding from the Nazis, with the intent, let's say take Poland for example. If I got Polish communists out who were still in hiding, got them to safety, then these people could go back after the war is won and be the ones to set up a communist government of Poland. So that was his intent. He was not really drawing out refugees wherever they were. He was going out of his way to seek communist or pro-communist refugees. And that was not realized, but that's what he was doing. And later, Noel Field did some other spying as well. After the war was over, it turns out he knew Alger Hiss. It's too long to get into the intricacies of the case, but they knew each other. In fact, in one comical move, Alger Hiss once tried to recruit Noel Field to his apparatus. Hiss was working with the Soviet military intelligence, the GRU, while Noel Field was working with the regular Soviet intelligence. I don't know if it was called the NKVD then or the MVD. They kept changing the name, but essentially he worked for what became the KGB. So they tried, it was quite humorous that Field tried to recruit, Hiss tried to recruit Field, and Field had to say, I'm already, oh, pardon me, it was Field tried to recruit Hiss, and Hiss said, I'm already working for Soviet intelligence. So they had a good laugh about that. But Field really got away with it. Then, after the war, he decided to settle first in communist Czechoslovakia after the coup, the Czech communists took over Czechoslovakia. And eventually, the Cold War was starting, and this is the way Soviet espionage works. It played dirty tricks on its own fanatical spies. The Cold War was starting, and Stalin felt he needed to get Western victims to show how Russia and the communist world had been betrayed. And who does he find who had worked all over Europe during the war, but Noel Field? He said Noel Field could be a perfect patsy. He had helped people escape from the refugees from the Spanish Civil War. He had helped people escape from the Nazis in Europe. He was working in the West with an American Quaker group. Obviously, he was working for American intelligence. So Stalin ordered that the Czech communists arrest Noel Field, proclaiming him an American spy. And that was that. They put him into prison. His wife, not being able to find him, she went to find him. She was arrested too as soon as she got there. And much later, his brother Herman, who wrote a book about this, tried to find what happened to him, and he was arrested too when he got there. Field served many years in the Czech prison. And then, the Cold War eased up. There was détente, and under Khrushchev, things loosened up. Eventually, both Fields, they actually were held in cells next to each other, which I had no idea of. Both Fields were brutally tortured, almost to the point of dying. Any kind of torture you can imagine, they were brutally tortured. And it was a horrendous time in prison. Then, all of a sudden, they are told Stalin had died. They're told there was a mistake. We found, reviewing our files, that you're really innocent. You could be let go now. So what does he do when he's let go? He served, I don't know, Paul, do you remember how many years Field was in prison for? 7? Something like that? 5? It was brutal time. So they let him and his wife out the same time, and they were shocked. They were right next to each other in adjoining cells, both hearing each other's screams during the torture, not knowing who it was. And what do you think the first thing they say? And this shows the communist attitude. Did you remain loyal to Comrade Stalin? He asks his wife, and she said, of course, I didn't betray anyone. They remained good communists. They were almost killed by the communists. And they said, well, they made a mistake. They meant well. They thought they were torturing a fascist, but we were innocent. We deserved it because they didn't know we were innocent. And now, what do? They decide to live under communism forever and not come back to the US. And they decided to live in communist Hungary, where they went and were given a nice chateau and lived a good life for the rest of their time. That's the fanaticism of communist spies. And these are people who did really, they helped the Soviets. The Soviets got a lot of secrets during the war from them. You might have heard of a woman named Elizabeth Bentley. She was called at the time the blonde spy queen or the red spy queen. Elizabeth Bentley had a Soviet lover who was the head of espionage on the East Coast named Jacob Golis. Golis had recruited his girlfriend Elizabeth Bentley to spy with him and for him. And she had access to and met with and passed secrets to everyone who was a Soviet spy in the US government, to a lot of people. She gave them material, set up the meetings. She was in charge of this network. Eventually, when she defected, I think in 48, she defected. She went to the FBI and she said, I want to confess I was a Soviet spy. Here's the names of everybody I know in the US government who was a Soviet spy, because I helped these people, I met with them, I set up the courier drops where they passed on information. And, the left and the liberal community always argued that Elizabeth Bentley was framed up, that she was a notorious alcoholic, a fabulist, she made up everything. And of course, every name she gave them, as we now know from Soviet decrypts, the Venona files, the other people who brought KGB material to London, the Vasiliev files, and other Soviet exiles who brought material with them. Everybody Elizabeth Bentley named was guilty. And she turned out to be completely right. In fact, the Soviets were so upset when they got word that she had given the list of all their spies to the United States, they closed down their networks then, because they said they can't be functional anymore. The U.S. now knows who our people are. So actually, when Joe McCarthy came on the scene some years later in the 50s, the Soviet networks had been largely dead and finished, because after Bentley went to the Bureau, the spies had all been put on ice. Some of the two spies, aside from Hiss, there were two important spies. One was a man named Lawrence Duggan. Lawrence Duggan was a liaison of the State Department to Franklin D. Roosevelt, to the President and the White House. He was an advisor, in other words, to the White House, representing the State Department. He would go from one to the other. He was a bona fide Soviet spy, one of the people who had met with Bentley, passing on material and the like. If any of you saw a very bad movie George Clooney made about Senator Joseph McCarthy, did anybody see it? It was a very bad movie. He's just made another bad one, according to the reviews. But Clooney had one of the things in his film was McCarthy was bringing up the name of Lawrence Duggan, and George Clooney said everyone knew this was one of the greatest smears because Lawrence Duggan was a loyal American framed up by McCarthy. By the time he made that movie, it was well known Duggan was a spy. Evidently, George Clooney hadn't heard about that, though. So he had him depicted as an innocent victim of Joe McCarthy. Then another very important person was the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, Harry Dexter White. Harry Dexter White is the man who set up, at the end of the war, the International Monetary Fund and the whole worldwide Western economic system that helped stabilize the world and develop the international currency markets. White, in other words, was one of the main players in building the post-war global order. As it turns out, Harry Dexter White was another communist spy in government who, as all his private correspondence made clear, seen years later, that he was a devoted, loyal agent of the Soviet Union who believed in Soviet revolution and who believed in world communism. So there are a lot of ironies here. On the one hand, White is building up the Western Economic Alliance. On the other hand, he's a Soviet spy. People are contradictory. But White was another one. And then there were a lot of other people, I won't burden you with their names, lower level, who were in different State Department, like Latin American division and other divisions. They had at least one or two spies in most every division in the US government. And these people were in a position, including, by the way, in the CIA and before in the OSS. They had people, Soviets managed to plant people in the CIA and in the OSS, including the famous German scholar, can't think of his name now. One of them was Herbert Marcuse, who worked for the Soviets, the famous left-wing philosopher, and the other wrote a famous book on Nazism, who also worked in the OSS. Both were working for the Soviets when they were working for the OSS, the predecessor to the CIA, during wartime. So now let me get to the Rosenbergs and atomic espionage. The interesting thing about this is that in all these cases, what motivated these people completely was ideology. This was not our recent era when you had some people spying for the Soviets and then the Russians after the Soviet Union collapsed who did it for one reason, for money. That was not of interest to them. Most of these spies were already poor. They didn't want money. Well, let me qualify that. Alger Hiss accepted a lot of nice gifts. A Bokhara Persian rug from Persia, things like that that he willingly accepted. But a lot of these other spies, especially people like the Rosenbergs, weren't interested in money. They were interested in helping the Soviet Union, which they thought was their calling, that was their duty. They were really saw themselves as Soviet soldiers. and they really did. What motivated them was the ideology of communism in which they deeply believed. Now, if you know anything about the case, all the people who defended the Rosenbergs argued that they were arrested, imprisoned, and then executed for one thing. They were fighters for peace and against Harry Truman's policy of waging Cold War against the Soviet Union. Of course, that was not true. The Rosenberg defense said they were simply partisans for peace, and this showed how evil the US government was, that people who wanted peace could be arrested and be proclaimed as guilty and even executed after being found guilty. That was the horror of the United States. Jean-Paul Sartre, the famous French philosopher, said, "America has rabies." And it was widely believed that communists had a big international offensive all over the world to free the Rosenbergs, proclaiming the Rosenbergs guilty. It was perhaps the single most effective public pro-communist demonstrations in Western Europe after the end of World War II. I don't think anything else reached the heights of the massive demonstrations put together by Stalin's apparatus and the Communist Information Bureau, a successor to the Comintern. They put together these mass demonstrations by setting up Rosenberg committees all through Europe. And it was very effective. Even the Pope called for clemency for the Rosenbergs, as did a lot of other international figures who said, we won't comment on guilt or innocence, but they should not be killed because it's probably for political reasons they're being killed. One thing, in the trial, which if you read the transcript, was really very fair. People have said the judge raised the issue of communism, and he said to the Rosenbergs, he asked the question, are you communists? He asked each of them individually, are you members of the Communist Party? And the defense and the people defended the Rosenbergs said this was a cheap trick. America at the time was completely anti-communist, and to raise the issue of communism is to bias the jury. Communism an issue, they say. The issue is that supposedly David Greenglass gave a sketch of the bomb, part of the bomb mechanism to the Russians. Why you can't bring in the issue of communism? The judge ruled against the defense. The judge said, I am bringing in communism because it speaks to their motive. The judge was correct. That was their motive. They believed in communism. So the Rosenbergs, he asked them, are you now, or have you been a member of the Communist Party? They didn't answer. They took and invoked the Fifth Amendment, which says that you cannot testify against yourself. Now, here are these people being tried for conspiracy to commit espionage, which they know could even invoke a death sentence. At least they'd be going to prison for decades. And they invoke the Fifth Amendment when asked if they're communists, which says to the entire jury, of course they're guilty. Why else would they invoke the Fifth Amendment? That was the communist position. If any communist was asked that in a hearing of congressional committee or trial, they were to deny it. They were already thinking of the defense, trying to claim they were partisans for peace, and they would not admit they were communists. If you hear their sons now in their various interviews and TV appearances, they always say, my parents were communists and this was in anti-communist countries, and the anti-communist hysteria helped convict them. The audiences they're speaking to don't realize that at the time, they all denied being communists, and so did the defense committees. They said they were innocent progressives working for peace. So like all the other communists who worked in liberal groups trying to get communist policies adopted, none of them were forthright. None of them came out and said, yes, I'm a communist, these are my beliefs, I think they're right, please consider them. They all said, we're not communists. If you call me a communist, you're red baiting. The only time you could call a communist, according to them, is if that person himself proclaimed, I'm a communist. Like the leader of the Communist Party, who was a public communist, Earl Browder during the war and others afterwards. Then you could call him a communist. That's the way in our own day and age, even up to this day, when you read about the civil rights feminist activist, communist Angela Davis in California, who's still very active, fighting what she calls the prison industrial complex, Whenever the press writes about her, they refer to her as a former civil rights activist and feminist and scholar. None of them mention that she was a communist for years, and that when she departed the Soviet Union in the 60s, she stood up going into the airplane, she raised her hand in a clenched fist and said, "Long live the science of Marxism-Leninism." And she also received the Medal of the Soviet Union from Brezhnev when she went to Moscow in a private ceremony in the Kremlin. None of that is mentioned about Angela Davis. And you'll see, next time you see her referred to in the New York Times editorial or somewhere else, she's a fighter for civil rights. You don't know anything else about her. The Communist Party, after the Rosenbergs were convicted, first, the Communist Party in the United States did not get into defending the Rosenbergs. Every newspaper in America, including left-wing newspapers, and all of them were writing about the Rosenberg trial every day. It was the biggest news. They were accused of atomic espionage. It was major headlines in every tabloid and every paper. If you looked at the Communist Party's daily newspaper, there was not a word about the Rosenbergs. Why not? It was easy reason. They were not sure that they would betray them and come out and say, yes, we were spies for the Soviet Union. They look like idiots. So they wanted to save the reputation of the Communist Party and pretend that if that happened, they say we knew nothing about this, they're lying. So until they were totally 100% sure that they were willing to die as martyrs, that the American Communist Party go all out to join the effort to free them and mobilize their ranks. The second reason the American Communists got into their defense is that the Soviet intelligence, I'll call them the KBG for short reference, the KGB decided, and here I'll read some of the comments they made, the KGB decided that they would send out and develop the instructions and the strategy that all their followers in the West should use to get the Rosenbergs freed. And they wrote it up carefully in directives in Moscow, passing them on to the leadership of all the Rosenberg committees that the communists in Western Europe formed. In other words, the defense strategy, which, as I said, was very successful, orchestrated major rallies all through Western capitals and all through even through the United States, smaller because it was just pro-communists who demonstrated, but all through Europe. Most Europeans sincerely believed the Rosenbergs were innocent and they had to be freed, and they did everything possible to free them. So, as soon as the trial ended, which was April 14th, 1951, the KGB sent out messages. We now know this from Alexander Vasilyev's KGB files that he brought and sneaked out to London. They brought out messages for propagandists for the Soviet Union in the West. The headline of the section, the directive, the first one, was headed by the KGB. It said, using the press. In other words, the first directive was how to use the Western press. They said, our cadre should organize a vigorous campaign in our press, and even more so in the foreign press. And it is preferable to publish articles about the Rosenberg trial first and foremost in the non-communist press. In other words, they said the American Communist Party's paper in America was the Daily Worker. They did not care what the Daily Worker said. No one would listen to them. They insisted that stories in favor of declaring the Rosenbergs innocent should be planted in papers that were not anti-communist, but were non-communist, were neutral. And that's what they did. They planted propaganda in the American papers, such as the left-leaning in New York PM and the successor of the Daily Compass. They had a left-wing fellow-traveling weekly magazine started by Norman Mailer and others at the time of Henry Wallace's 48 campaign. It was called the National Guardian. The National Guardian commissioned a communist, secret communist, to write a whole series in which he attempted to prove in 5 issues or so the Rosenbergs were innocent. His name was William Pearl. And after his 5 episodes completed, they announced other people who read them said, we are forming a Rosenberg Defense Committee in America, because William Pearl was one of the Rosenberg spies. William J. Rubin was a journalist. After they finished reading William J. Rubin's article, a series of articles, they proclaimed creation of a Rosenberg Committee, which is just essentially what the KGB had asked for. They got a story into a non-communist paper that was republished as pamphlets, given out everywhere. It's a very humorous thing. I mean, the thing is, if you look at his articles today, they're a joke. He also wrote a series of articles saying the German-born physicist Klaus Fuchs was innocent too and was framed up, even though Klaus Fuchs confessed and went to jail in Britain. So this guy, actually this journalist, devoted his life to writing pamphlets defending every person accused of being a communist spy who was a communist spy. And he did it for the Rosenbergs. They used their press. So their articles came out at the period when spy mania was at its peak. They did not want to engage in any coarse language. They knew in the United States, most people regarded the Soviet Union already as their enemy, perhaps as great an enemy as Germany was during the war. The 2 people you know of who were arrested and imprisoned, who were supposedly Japanese and German spies during the war, a woman named Tokyo Rose only got 10 years, and the woman known as Axis Sally, they broadcast on the radio in Germany and Japan to the American troops to discourage them and soften them up. They didn't get much of a sentence, even though he had served the enemy for a long time during World War II. But the Rosenberg trial took place in the context of the growing Cold War, and especially the fear that if the Russians got a bomb, that was coming possibly from what the Rosenbergs did. So the KGB went on in its instructions to say, the Americans, I'm quoting their directive, the Americans need to understand that this is a trial balloon for reactionaries who seek to turn the United States completely fascist. If the death sentence for the Rosenbergs is not revoked, Americans will be threatened by repression, the likes of which they have never dreamed of. In other words, they're telling their cadre and the people in the US, scare the American people to feel that if you let the Rosenbergs die, they're going to start repressing and arresting everyone, people who are totally innocent, and you're going to come next. So use that, make people scared for themselves that they'll be in danger unless the Rosenbergs are freed and declared innocent. Then the KGB advised that an effort be undertaken to challenge the testimony of the people who testified at the trial against the Rosenbergs, particularly Ethel Rosenberg's brother-in-law, David Greenglass, the man who told me he was a soldier for Stalin. He had first been arrested with them, and the FBI made a deal, the same kind of deal you make in criminal cases. The FBI was very shrewd. David Greenglass's wife, Ruth Greenglass, had also been a Soviet spy. In fact, Ruth recruited her husband, recruited David, on the instructions of Ethel Rosenberg. But they had 2 young kids, just like the Rosenbergs had young kids. And David Greenglass was told one simple thing by the FBI: you're going to have to stand trial and go for prison. We're going to ask for a lighter sentence for you. But if you accept the deal and plead guilty and tell the truth, we will not indict your wife, Ruth, and she will be free to stay home and raise your kids, and she will not be indicted. Now, that's done you read about all the time in criminal cases. There's nothing unusual about that. And he bought it. As he said to me, I got very angry at Julius. They recruited me while I was an army machinist in Los Alamos, doing one part of construction on the trigger mechanism for the bomb, and I felt flattered. They used coded language and letters. All the letters were read. Instead of saying, will you help us steal anything you can relating to the atomic bomb, which they understood David was helping make. They said in the letters to him, David, will you agree to join in the community project we spoke to you about when we saw you last? He knew that community project was a euphemism for espionage. So he agreed, and he said to me, I was enamored of Julius Rosenberg. He was an older brother-in-law. I was flattered that he asked me, he said, I was a kid, I didn't know anything. When he asked me to spy, it was a great thing for my ego. Julius, who I looked up to, was willing to let me engage in espionage and be recruited. He thought that was a great thing. And of course, he had been a young communist and member of the Young Communist League, so he already believed in the ideology. But when a communist is asked to spy, if you and I were asked to spy for a foreign power, you'd probably say, no way, you walk away. The response of a communist was, I'm honored. I'm honored because you're giving me the greatest honor of my life. Nothing could be more honorable than spying for the Soviet Union. Then I'm really doing something. I'm not just handing out leaflets in Union Square. I'm really doing something meaningful. So the KGB advised, do everything you can to make people believe Greenglass lied. And they did that. All through the post-trial, 2.5 years or so till they were executed, they kept coming up with reasons to show that why Greenglass lied. They said he stole a little sample of uranium from lying on the ground in Los Alamos and brought it home. That was illegal, and he was afraid he'd be arrested for that. So he made up this lying story the FBI wanted him to say. None of these things, they could not come up with good reasons. The KGB added, you must understand that neither Ruth nor David Greenglass were psychologically prepared for a harsh sentence. And he said the FBI was going to do everything they could to get Greenglass to change his original statement that they were all innocent and to testify, which is what he did. The massive defense effort came. The Rosenbergs were writing and had published something called the Death House Letters while they were in Sing Sing prison. The Death House Letters, it turns out, were really not written by them. Some of them were, but they were colored and polished up and others added in the offices of the committee, because these were not letters of the Rosenbergs to their children. These were propaganda letters meant to be read by the public, so you'd feel sorry for them. And they're filled with maudlin things. They were regular people. They were great religious, believed in Judaism, which they didn't. They rooted for the Brooklyn Dodgers like everyone else who was a good baseball fan and lived in Brooklyn. They were regular people. They don't understand what happened to them. And they wrote all these myths. And the greatest crime of all was the very last letter that Ethel Rosenberg wrote to her sons. A letter to my sons. And she knew this was going to be published. She says, never forget, not the exact words, she said, never forget for the rest of your life that we are innocent and we are going to our deaths for a better world and a better America. It is not worth it to betray our morals, our principles, and a country by admitting to something we didn't do. This is for you. We're doing this, we're going to our death for you, my sons. You get a letter of that. They were 5 and 8 at the time. Now they're in their 60s or 70s. To this day, they are fighting all the time, concentrating now on proving Ethel's innocence. Any of you see the 60 Minutes show? 60 Minutes had a year ago a big series on the Rosenberg sons. I was on, but they cut out all the things I said that would prove Ethel's guilt. And they had a narrative, how wonderful, we now owe it to these sons to posthumously exonerate Ethel Rosenberg. But she was guilty. And the decrypted files, especially the Venona files, have plenty of evidence that Ethel was guilty as much as her husband in being part of the Soviet network trying to get the bomb. But having received a letter like that from their mother, and I think it's quite sad, for the rest of their lives, they've devoted themselves to the myth, first that they were both innocent. Now they say, well, my father Seems he was guilty, he was a KGB spy, but he only got some low-level industrial things that weren't too important. That too is a lie. They stole major top secret military equipment. The designs for our advanced jet bombers, which went right to the Russians and were used to build the MiG-21s used in Korea. That was the American plan, smuggled to the Russians by the Rosenbergs. They got a proximity fuse, which we had invented. A proximity fuse, you're all familiar with now. A plane goes up, they can fly it into the air, and it gets close enough so that it then can guide the missile to blow up the plane by radar, or however they do it. The proximity fuse, it turns out, was used to bring down the famous spy plane Francis Gary Powers was flying during the U-2 conference that fell apart when Eisenhower said, oh, we had a weather plane straight into Soviet territory. It was a spy plane, and the Russians brought it down with this proximity fuse that had been given to them by Julius Rosenberg. He actually brought the actual fuse mechanism to a cafeteria in New York on Christmas Eve when no one would be there, to a Soviet agent. He took it, he went into work day before Christmas, no one was there. He took the fuse out, brought it to his KGB handler in what was then called a Horn and Hardart cafeteria they had all through New York. He met him in the cafeteria at 42nd Street and actually gazed, and I have a Christmas present for you. Here's the proximity fuse. And they had the actual fuse to bring back to Russia. So, you know, the Rosenbergs stole major military technology. And as you may know, that a couple of years ago, I don't know how many now, Morton Sobel, still alive, I think, in his late 90s, Morton Sobel decided, I don't know why, perhaps because he felt, I'm dying now, the world has changed, I may as well tell the truth. He confessed to the New York Times that he had been a spy, Soviet spy, working for Julius Rosenberg. And then when I and my partner, Steve Usden, met him, he gave to us the details of every single thing he had photographed in a marathon 24-hour photo session of data stolen from a government safe in Columbia University on New Year's Eve, which they took out of the safe of the leading scientists of the government, brought it back before he came back to see it, and photographed everything. He said he brought boxes and boxes full, and met him on the Long Island Railroad platform where the Soviet spy took all the material he had given him. And he outlined, and there are articles about this, you can find the information, top level, top secret military information that could not and should not, was not supposed to be released to anyone, particularly countries that were like the Soviet Union, that was now becoming not a wartime ally, but a Cold War enemy. So they engaged in serious espionage. And the interesting thing about this is that the fact that Sobel, we're not going to get the reaction from the people still defend the Rosenbergs as innocent. They will not really address the issue. Why did what about what Morton Sobel convinced? They will say, well, Morton Sobel now has advanced Alzheimer's. He didn't know what he was saying. He was making this all up. You shouldn't listen to him. Sobel was telling the total truth. He wasn't in the stage of mentally deterioration he was then when he confessed. He clearly wanted to clear his conscience before it was too late. And he said, in fact, it was like a race, a horse race. I picked the wrong horse, meaning the Soviet Union. He said I should have picked the United States. So you did have a lot of anti-American propaganda all through Europe. Another reason why I should mention this, it's mentioned in the book, The Rosenberg File, a key reason why the KGB decided you needed to declare and have a worldwide campaign that the Rosenbergs were guilty is this. The Rosenberg trial coincided at the exact same time as the Slansky purge trials in Czechoslovakia. Rudolf Slansky, who was one of the leaders of the Communist Party, and his colleagues, many of whom, or most of whom were Jews, had been leaders of the communists in Czechoslovakia, had been arrested, declared of treason. They were declared of opposing the Czech communist government and the Soviet Union because of their ties with Jews. They were obviously agents for Israeli and American intelligence, and most of them were put to death, hung to death, except one or two got life sentences and were eventually freed and were free to write about it. But this trial was going on, and in the United States, in the West, nobody paid attention to the horror of the Slansky trial, of what the Soviet Union and Stalin was ordering his satellites to do, which is arrest these people and promote anti-Semitism by arresting them, making it clear that they were Jewish is one reason why they were guilty. This was taking place the same time as the Rosenberg trial. And at that time, therefore, no one realized, no one in the West protested about what the Soviets are doing to Slansky. They probably didn't even know anything about it. All the gullible fellow travelers and supporters of peace in France and Italy and the United States and Canada who supported the Rosenbergs, if they paid attention to the Slansky trial or even knew about it, they were simply told, this is different. These were real spies caught by the Czech government. There's nothing to protest about. And it deflected attention away from that. The world looked at the Rosenberg case. Jean-Paul Sartre said, as I mentioned, America had rabies. He didn't say anything about the Soviet Union and Stalin and the Czech government having rabies. It was just the United States. So they needed something. And the propaganda campaign helped them get away with avoiding any protest over their murder of people all through Eastern Europe when Stalin needed victims who had had ties with the West during the war. So I think I'll end with that. How long have I spoken? It's about time. So let me end with that, and I'd be glad to take any questions you may have or comments. Anybody? No? Yep.
Yeah, I think we're fine at the table. Why don't you want to just have Ron join us over here? And
Oh,
Yeah,
all
sure.
right. I'll sit down.
Yeah, we could, and I'll also introduce here officially my colleague, Professor Alexander Riley, the Stewart Chair. And, oh, I guess, I'm sorry. Until I'm an English professor, not a math professor, I can't remember it here. So I think we're a small enough group, we probably can just speak out here.
I think so, yeah.
So, Tristan, would you have a response or some comments?
I do. I have a question, and I'll preface the question with a little bit of a quotation from an interesting text. Ron, you talked a little bit in passing about the Venona transcripts, the Venona files. And I think this is a fascinating topic that is startlingly little known in the American public, even among, I think, relatively educated members of the American public. So what I'll do is I have a little quotation from, I think, the chief historical work on the Venona files by John Earl Haynes and Harvey Clare. I'll read that. It's about a paragraph or so, and then I have a question that I'd like you to ponder regarding just the role of the knowledge that the Venona files gives us about Soviet espionage in the U.S. and what we can do to make that better known. So these two historians, John Earl Haynes and Harvey Clare, published a book on the files in which they characterize the fact that the Venona project was such a well-kept secret by the American government throughout the majority of the 20th century. Basically, the files, the existence of the files of this huge pile of decrypted Soviet wires that had been coming from the Soviet Union to the U.S., communication between the Soviets essentially and their spies here in the U.S., and then messages going back the other way. This was so successfully kept secret as a result, obviously, of the strategy of the Cold War by the American government that it didn't become known at all really until the fall of the Soviet Union, by the late 80s, early 90s. And so Haynes and Clare talked about the fact that, ironically, the success of the American government at keeping these files secret for the entirety of the 20th century had some fairly negative consequences. So I quote from them. They say, unfortunately, the success of government secrecy in this case has seriously distorted our understanding of post-World War II history. Hundreds of books and thousands of essays on McCarthyism, the Federal Loyalty Security Program, Soviet espionage, American communism, and the early Cold War have perpetuated many myths that have given Americans a warped view of the nation's history in the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s. By the 80s, many commentators, and probably most academic historians, had concluded that Soviet espionage had been minor, that few American communists had assisted the Soviets, and that no high officials had betrayed the United States. Many history texts depicted America in the late 40s and 50s as, quote, a nightmare in red, end quote, during which Americans were, quote, sweat-drenched in fear of a figment of their own paranoid imaginations. As for American communists, they were widely portrayed as having no connection whatsoever with espionage. The information, however, that these Venona messages reveal substantially revises the basis for understanding the early history of the Cold War and of America's concern with Soviet espionage and communist subversion. I end the quote there. So Haynes and Clare basically demonstrate that, given just the data in the Venona files, we know fairly well that there were hundreds of Soviet agents at work in the American government, in the American scientific community and so forth, who were doing the kinds of things that you were describing. The question is, what do you think can feasibly be done to try to better educate the American public about this fact? Again, I don't know if there's polling data on this. I assume there must be, but I'd be fairly certain that if I asked my students to characterize the 1930s,
well, I don't know what
the
most recent. I haven't seen the most recent edition of textbooks. Possibly they have been updated to say the Rosenbergs, for example, are guilty. Hiss was guilty.
You may be more optimistic than
I think they might be, but they probably still say there was a climate of fear and McCarthyism that didn't give them fair trials. They will do it both ways, but I suspect a lot of them will now admit they were guilty. Although this was not the case up to recently, and I haven't investigated the books. Certainly, at least 10 years ago, they all avoided the question. The Venona transcripts, those are, if you don't know, are decrypted KGB messages from Moscow Central to its spies in New York, in this case, going back and forth. And the instructions to Julius, when they're engaged in espionage, they talk about all this. They talk about instructions and what they should do and what's going on. So it's real confirmation of, and it also coordinates with other material that Vasiliev brought from the complete KGB files he brought from Moscow. The same incidents are discussed in the same way. They validate each other. They're different documents, right, but they say the same thing. So it obviously isn't false. The public media and the culture likes to have, I mean, the book I wrote with Joyce Milton, The Rosenberg File, was optioned quite a few times for a movie. Now, it was never made into a movie. And one time, actually would make a good movie. It's quite interesting. But one time I met with the producers and they were moving along and were very serious. And they said, well, we're going to do it. We think we're going to do it and buy it and make the film, but we have to have the Rosenbergs innocent in the film. I said, but they weren't innocent. They said, well, if you want the film, if you want to sell your book to us, they're innocent. I said, no, that's not the way it goes. So they never made the movie. The culture wants them innocent. Just like 60 Minutes, if you ever see that, go to YouTube or CBS website and see this thing in the Rosenberg case. They wanted a narrative. Look how horrible it is. The U.S. killed these parents, made them orphans, and look at how sad it is. Look at them now having to still defend their parents. The U.S. did this to them. They like that narrative. They're sympathetic victims. While those of us who say, no, they were guilty, we're the villains because we have no sympathy or empathy for the horrible childhood they had as a result of their parents being executed.
Is it okay if I jump in with a question? Yeah, and then maybe we'll open it up and we can come back and follow up with other questions, so we don't go too long. A follow-up to the session at noon with Professor Hollander, and at that session there was a fair amount of discussion, which was very interesting, about why many Western intellectuals bought into what in many ways was a totalitarian movement in the wake of the 1917 revolution and its legacies, the topic of the Symposium. And so maybe we could extend that a little bit if you can comment on why were so many Americans, some of them like Alger Hiss in very elite positions, why were they willing to become soldiers of Stalin? You know, we talked earlier about the intellectuals. I suppose, you know, people like Hiss or Harry Dexter White were very well educated, but they were also even taking it a step further, arguably, than just philosophically buying into the communist movement from the Soviet Union. They were actually going out and arguably betraying their country by their acts.
Well, they should be trained. The historian, a friend of mine named Ellen Schrecker, wrote a famous book. She was opposed to the point of view I have, and she read a famous book in which she tried to explain, I actually debated her at Harvard on this, she tried to explain why the Rosenbergs did this. She said, you have to realize people like the Rosenbergs were patriots. They just had a different definition of what patriotism is. Meaning to them, patriotism meant working for the Soviet Union, so they were good people. It's just their definition of it was different than ours. An American patriot would usually not work for a foreign intelligence of a power, now in conflict with the U.S., but she said they were honorable people with just a different view.
Just as a quick follow-up to that, in all the research and work that you've done, did any of the folks who were engaged in this espionage, do you get a sense that they perceive a conflict between their devotion to an ideology that in theory was internationalist, but at the same time was related to this idea of communism in one state? You know, in other words, they were in effect being allegiant to the Soviet Union and being allegiant to a kind of internationalist ideology, if I have that right.
Yeah.
You know, was that a stress for them, or did they perceive a conflict about that at all?
No, I mean, the way I explain it is that in their eyes, the U.S. had a monopoly of the bomb. The U.S. was an aggressive, militarist, imperialist power that could use the bomb to destroy independence movements and socialism all over the world, and that by equalizing it, by giving the U.S. the bomb through espionage, by giving the Russians the bomb through espionage, we were thereby neutralizing the ability of the U.S. to do this. There was another atomic spy, Theodore Hall, top atomic spy at Los Alamos. He wasn't known until 10, 15 years ago. Theodore Hall was actually called by the FBI. He walked in with a friend of his to the Russian embassy and said, we're physicists, we're working, and we want to give you secrets. And they had no idea, but they did. And Theodore Hall, like Klaus Fuchs, was a real top-line atomic physicist in the Manhattan Project. The FBI knew, through Venona and through Decrypt, knew Theodore Hall was guilty, but they had no hard evidence to arrest him. So before they could get any, Theodore Hall left the country. He was not under arrest for England, became a British subject, and lived the whole rest of his life with a good job in top atomic facility and university in England. And before he died, he came clean. He said, yes, I was an atomic spy for the United States. I did the right thing because if the U.S. alone had the bomb, they would have dropped it all over the world, and I prevented that. So in this, he still feels, by giving the Russians the bomb, he was fulfilling his commitment to keeping the world at peace. There was nothing wrong with it.
Should we perhaps turn it to the audience now to see if there are questions? Yes?
First of all, it was an excellent presentation. Thank you for all your work. The Rosenbergs were Jewish, is that correct? That's correct. In these years, 48, 49, 50, the death camps in Germany were, that news was out, everyone knew it was true. Was there any connection there in their motive to punish, if you will, the United States and to even the playing field? Was there any connection in their motive to the emotions that came out of this, of the millions of Jews who died in Europe in the
I don't think so. I mean, the Holocaust really wasn't spoken about or recognized for quite a few many years later. The Nuremberg trials had already taken place. The whole film that Bud Schulberg's brother made, which just came out a year or two ago, never was seen by anyone, where he documented all this. The government felt it was too raw to let anyone see, and they never released it. So people didn't know about that, really. They heard about death camps and they saw the footage when they were being liberated, but it wasn't really spoken about that much. Nuremberg trials were over. Most people felt the defendants got the justice they deserved at those trials.
Other questions?
No.
Yes, sir.
I would like to talk about Angela Davis for a moment, in terms of what I myself am particularly interested in, which is the epistemological functioning of democracy. How democracy, not only as a governmental system, but as a lived experience, impacts the way in which social structures are organized. So Angela Davis, of course, was arrested, charged, imprisoned, and later acquitted.
Right. Acquitted because the foreman of the jury was having an affair with Bettina Apteker, the communist who head of the Davis Defense Committee. The foreman was her lover, and there was a stacked jury that was going to free Angela Davis regardless of the facts.
An all-white jury, Angela Davis was an active member of the Black Panther Party, who had
Well, the Black Panther Party were
targeted by Ronald Reagan, who said,
Black Panther Party were drug dealers, thugs, rapists, and frauds utilizing racism as an excuse to line their own pockets. Huey Newton was a cocaine dealer, a distributor of heroin, a total fraud. These were the worst thugs you can think of. Black Panther Party deserved nothing. It's too bad in my eyes the FBI didn't do a better job infiltrating them, and they all should have been arrested. They were thugs.
You argue there is no epistemological functioning. Even before Huey Newton attempted to utilize the lumpen proletariat as part of the Black Panthers' international system of subversion, before crime was part of the Black Panthers' systematic attempt to undermine racism in the United States as a subversive cell, not associated necessarily with the Communist Party either in the Soviet Union or the United States. Regardless of the conditions of Angela Davis' arrest, regardless of her being barred from the American Academic Institution, or attempted to be while she was working in California as a professor by Ronald Reagan. Let us think about her in terms
Angela Davis is so prominent, she gets $20,000, $30,000 a speech, speaking all over the country as a celebrated hero. The Brooklyn Museum opened their new art institute. I don't know why they picked her as their feature main speaker for the opening. It had nothing to do with the museum and its purpose. But Angela Davis is a celebrity radical. She's like the revolutionary chic people that what's his name spoke about in his famous book about revolutionary chic.
Tom Wolfe.
Tom Wolfe. I mean, it's equivalent today. Angela Davis did very well for herself. She's a status and a celebrity. I cannot take anything Angela Davis does seriously.
I recommend Our Prison's Obsolete, perhaps one of the most important texts destabilizing the American prison.
Yeah, I recommend you get away from Chomsky and Howard Zinn and their friends and read some real history that might enlighten you and tell you the truth.
I would love it if you would give me some titles that I could look at.
I'd be glad to.
As I was saying, in terms of this conversation, epistemological openness is a necessity, is a bulwark of democracy.
What does that mean exactly, epistemological? Oh, I'm not clear. It's not clear to me that you know what epistemology means in the way that you're using it.
I use the term epistemological openness or a democratic epistemology to indicate a type of intellectual hospitality, a willingness to accept friction, perplexity, and lack of certainty in our interaction with others. For example, I feel as though we perhaps have different ideological positions based off of our conversations that we've had so far. What I would like to do, or what I attempt to do, is to perhaps to suspend my own presuppositions long enough to engage in a way which is productive, which is why I'm so happy that this is happening in our university.
Well, that's good.
I think that's really, really powerful. I think it's important for people across the political spectrum to be able to compare thoughts. I think that is a necessity for the dynamicism of ideology, which subverts and hopefully prevents the kind of authoritarian dogmatism that allowed the totalitarian USR to engage in the genocidal actions that it did, which I'm not defending. In terms of democracy, I wonder why, when we mentioned Angela Davis, that you said we never hear that she was associated with the Communist Party of the United States, that she was a radical, that she was, in some way, because of these reasons, not an epistemically valid voice, one that deserves listening to. It feels to me as though, based off your comments, that because she's a radical, because she's a communist, her input is not important.
No, let me give you an example. Here's our communist thought. In 1968, the Soviet Union had the second intervention to destroy the Czech opening where they wanted a so-called humanist democratic socialism. Then Moscow sent in the troops and crushed the nascent Czech rebellion. As a result, a lot of the Czech dissidents, all through and later Havel and the Charter 66 movement, they couldn't get jobs, they were kept from working, a lot of them were thrown in prison for years. What happened? Angela Davis's trial had taken place. One of these same Czech dissidents, not knowing much, made an international appeal in Czechoslovakia that Angela Davis should get fair treatment, and he felt she was being politically singled out and not treated fairly. What did Angela Davis do when he was thrown in prison? She said, these people are traitors to socialism. They deserve to be in prison and stay there for the rest of their lives. That's Angela Davis, a total ideologue and fraud. She's for her civil liberties and people speaking up for her, but when others became political prisoners in the East, it was fine with her because they were betraying socialism.
Let us perhaps set the bar higher than that then, and recognize the need for discourse and openness. Let us not limit ourselves with the idea of the authoritarian USSR, or to your mind, the ideologically stagnant new left or radical leftist movements. Maybe we can do better than that. And maybe the necessity, maybe the cognitive building block of that, this particular kind of openness, must we not then address the at least nominally legitimate complaints of even the far left, even the far right? If Angela Davis is a communist and a radical and a fraud, as you say,
yep,
can she not still point to important currents in the American political system which can be countenanced in order to make democracy stronger?
Yeah, she can, but in my view, she's not making democracy stronger. She believes the U.S. is not a democracy. It's a weak, anti-democratic, imperialist capitalist society that should be transformed to socialism. She does not believe in making American democracy work better. She thinks American democracy doesn't exist and should be subverted and fought. By the way, do you know where Angela Davis learned to be a Marxist? Well, I tell you, in my communist high school, that she went to the same high school I went to, and she was converted by the same communist teacher who converted me.
She studied with Marcuse in grad school.
No, that was later. She studied under a high school history teacher who was a communist, who actually converted me to be a communist and converted her to be one too. She says that herself.
Can I make a quick intervention? Because I think what you said about openness, I think, is something that all of us support. That's an admirable notion about how to talk about these things. A question that I would put back to you, though, is to say, as Ron just noted, it's not clear to me that anyone is keeping Angela Davis from talking. Right. If you go over to our history department on this campus, you can see framed photos of the Black Panther Party, of Huey P. Newton, and Bobby Seale, and the 10-point program right there. And there are courses taught at this university and other universities around the country on the Black Panthers and on Angela Davis and on Huey P. Newton and on George Jackson and the whole gang of them. So it's not clear to me. Maybe you could say a little bit more about concretely what you're imagining we're not doing properly, how they're being prevented from being heard when they have seminars. There are people in history departments and other departments around the country who specialize in Black Panther philosophy, Black Panther political.
Yeah, I want to tell you, there was a movie, pro-Black Panther documentary, came out 2 years ago. It was shown in all the PBS stations, was shown in the theaters. Now, I want you to remember something. Go to the Daily Beast and look up the review of that movie about the Black Panthers by Michael C. Moynihan. Read his expose of that movie, where he tells you the truth about the Black Panthers and shows how everybody who extols them in the way that you probably be sympathetic to, including this movie, are lying. It's a devastating review that's worth reading.
I will. Can you spell that last name, please?
Moynihan, like the senator, spelled the same way. Michael C. Moynihan.
That's right.
And thedailybeast.com.
In terms of the ideological apparatus of the United States, I think that's a different question that can be addressed in more global terms. This may not be the moment now for it. In terms of the particular diction in this talk, it felt to me as though communist became a dirty word in terms of the discredit of Angela Davis's potentially anti-American activities. And I wonder if that is a efficacious means to approach dissent, and the role that dissent must play in a functioning, healthy, vibrant democracy. I would also like to apply a little bit of pressure to the term communist as we're using it throughout. It seems to have been used synonymously with Marxist-Leninism and Marxist-Stalinism. Although our speaker from last night made an excellent historical note of the first usages of it during the French Revolution. Communism itself, and I would consider myself a communist, but certainly not a Marxist-Leninist or Marxist-Stalinist, anti-authoritarian, maybe Kropotkinite kind of communism, does not necessarily entail any kind of totalitarian or authoritarian regime. It is simply an equitable distribution of resources amongst individuals. I think that it's important as we try to rehabilitate some far leftist political ideology, not necessarily to associate all communism, all socialism, even perhaps all Marxism, considering the situationalists and even the anti-authoritarian post-Marxist streams of thought with the failings of the Soviet Union. I would never validate as an anti-authoritarian thinker the Soviet Union's use of the Gulag and imposed starvation, ideological control. These are not something I can ever be comfortable with. But perhaps that's not the only radical far left that can be countenanced. And I think we should make a point, even, of recognizing that there is something that exists beyond that on the far left.
Not to cut things off, but we are time is rolling on here. We continue discussions, but I think that the point you raised maybe provides a way to kind of help tie things up. As we're kind of at the last episode of the symposium, and maybe I'll kind of work off of your comment and question, Huntley, there, which I think is provocative and raises some good issues, and that is. Based on what we've been hearing during the course of the symposium, this is kind of for everybody and our speaker as well, and past speakers, but should we feel that the term National Socialism or Nazism, should we also kind of complicate that term the way that we can kind of complicate the term communism more generally? Or should we recognize that both terms relate to certain kinds of historical movements that, in other words, if we were going to rehabilitate or think of the term communist more philosophically, can we do that in the same way with a term like National Socialism? Or is there some kind of resonance or difference between the two when we're talking about the two great totalitarian movements of the 20th century? And I think in academia, and understandably, I think, National Socialism, is held to be something abhorrent, but often we talk about communism in academic settings, in a more kind of acceptable way. And is that an appropriate difference, or is there, based on what we've been hearing in the symposium, is that something we need to kind of re-examine, in terms of the different resonances of those terms? I don't know if.
No, I think it was too long to get. It's a whole different kettle of fish.
Right.
Again, I have a recommendation, a book by the ex-Romanian American sociologist and philosopher Vladimir Tismanianu, wrote a terrific book on communism and fascism and the similarities. Came out about 2 years ago. It covers the whole thing brilliantly.
If I may too, I'd say just in closing, that I'd be thrilled to carry this conversation on, as Ron and Alf note, that there are a lot of different themes going on here. But I would recall the audience, I think, to the specifics of what Ron was speaking about. He's not I mean, we got a little distracted with Angela Davis specifically, although there are all sorts of ways in which I think she can be easily included in this conversation. But the thrust of the presentation and the thrust of a good deal of Ron's work is that we're not just talking about folks who dissented from American Orthodoxy. We're talking about people who actively worked to betray their own country's military secrets and governmental policies to an enemy of the country. So that's a different conversation than just the idea that one can dissent and one can philosophically, I think Alf made the same distinction, one can philosophically adhere to communist ideas. And then there's a different category of activity when one is actively working to try to see to the military defeat of one's own country. So, but we'd be happy to carry on the conversation longer. We don't want to keep everyone.
Yeah.